Kakonga y'obuliya. Ate olina okutunda paka house bwebagwa. Come back here. After I have started insulin now, even now I have 38. That's what this one. Gentleman, yeah. The brown gentleman. The brown gentleman. Someone wants to. Where is the brown gentleman? That's how we say it. She says she wants the brown gentleman. This one. Oh, yes, brown. She didn't see us there.
I'm not responsible for this.
Hello, how are you? Sorry. Also, my report it's already uploaded. Issues. Uganda its commission needs 25 billion annually to do the coordination of the work. Baba was just half of that money. Now, contribution, yeah, almost 84% of the budget for HIV, mainly on the ARV, is donor money.
But the money is there for the government.
Let the ARV government only contributes 150 billion out of the 226 billion on ARVs.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants whom you have been, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge.
Amen. Item number 2, administration of oath. On the 22nd June this year, the Clerk Parliament received a notification that the election of Honorable Mujungu as a Member of Parliament representing Busongola County South Constituency in Kasese District had been nullified by the Court of Appeal. In accordance with Article 81(2) of the Republic of Uganda, the Clerk Parliament notified the Electoral Commission of the existence of a vacancy in Parliament. The Electoral Commission organized and conducted a by-election on the 22nd of August this year, and has communicated in writing the results of the election. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Mujungu is ready to take his horse, and now I beg for your permission to allow him in the chamber.
Permission granted.
I, Tembo Gideon Mujungu, swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Republic of Uganda, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. So help me God. I, Tembo Gideon Mujungu, swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will give faithful service to this Parliament and support and uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as by the law established. So help me God.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Thanks, colleagues on either side. We always feel happy when we see our colleague back. It's a tradition in this house. Because, please, colleagues, please, we always feel happy because we all know what it takes to come to this house. So, Honorable Mujungu, I want to congratulate you and welcome you back. You have been part of us, so you know how we conduct business in this house. But in the meantime, I want to give you the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, our rules of procedure, enable you carry out your legislative mandate. Thank you. Please get a seat. You can sit anywhere. Colleagues, today is free sitting. Chief Whip, ensure that Mujungu Honorable is given a committees where he will be joining colleagues to conduct business. Colleagues, I want to welcome you to today's sitting. Yesterday, we received 7 bills from the executive, which are referred to various committees. However, upon consultation, you remember I called the meeting of the leader of opposition, the government chief whip, the opposition chief whip, the dean of independence, the committee chairpersons where we had sent the bills. So we held a consultative meeting where the Attorney General brought light salient issues for which I want to explain to you, and I give my guidance as per what we agreed upon yesterday in that meeting from the leadership of the House. Upon consultation, attention was drawn to the urgency of these bills with regard to Uganda's international financial obligations under the global fight against terrorism and terrorism financing. Currently, Uganda is on the gray list of the Financial Action Task Force, an intergovernmental body formed to combat money laundering. It has 23 countries on it. We are among the 23 countries. And then the blacklist has only 2 countries. So meaning Uganda, we are on the border to be blacklisted in as far as doing international financial transactions is concerned. The task force was convened from the G7 member states, the European Commission, and 8 other countries. The economic declaration from that G7 summit states that the task force is convened to assess the results of cooperation already undertaken in order to prevent the utilization of the banking system and financial institutions for the purpose of money laundering and to consider additional preventive efforts in this field, including the adaptation of the legal and regulatory systems so as to enhance multilateral judicial assistance. The FAT is involved in reviewing money laundering and terrorist financing techniques and constantly strengthens its standards and addresses new and emerging risks. The task force also monitors countries to ensure they implement its standards fully. The process of monitoring the implementation of its recommendations is done through peer reviews or mutual evaluations of member countries. Following the review, the FATF loads good efforts from countries and also holds non-complying countries to account by classifying them on the gray or black list. To identify non-complying countries, the FATF has maintained the FATF blacklist or the call for action countries and the FATF gray list or the other monitored jurisdictions since 2000. The blacklist is the agency's official list of non-cooperative countries or territories, which it judges to be non-cooperative in the global fight against money laundering and terrorist financing. Being on the gray list, as we are at the moment, is very bad for Uganda, as it portrays it in bad light as a destination where financing is not safe. Our failure to address the peer review concerns before 3rd of September, I think, which is end of next week, 2022, could easily land Uganda on the blacklist, which has countries that I don't want to mention here, but only 2 countries, which you can check on Google. We therefore owe our country a duty to do our part as a legislature. Now, one might say, why did the executive delay? Why? That's not my concern. My concern is now us doing our part. And we strongly, we had a wrong meeting, and these are areas we looked at, and we said if we fall into a blame game, our country might be blacklisted, and you end up finding that no investor can either get money here or take it out, or even you yourselves, your cards might be deactivated because the clearing channels internationally would be looking at money from Uganda as money for financing terrorism or money laundering. So for us as the legislature, we decided yesterday in that meeting of the leadership that we do our part. Then we shall go back and we sit with the executive. We ask, why did you delay? Otherwise, time for blame game is not of any help. So because of that, I would like to direct as follows. The committees which the bills were referred have to the end of this week to report back. Some of these bills seek to amend only 2 clauses. If you got copies of the bills, it's 2 clauses, 3 clauses, and most of them we are domesticating international clauses. So, for example, on the clause for beneficial ownership, it's cutting across all bills, and we are importing and domesticating. So they are very clear bills. But my office has gone ahead to organize tomorrow at 9 a.m. a joint meeting for all committees that are involved. That is a committee on legal, committee for trade, committee on finance, and committee on defense. In the conference room, you will all meet there at once, and chairpersons of those committees will be chairing sessions on which affect their bills. Now, this will enable us to deal with the stakeholders. All stakeholders have been written to, and government has also appointed a task force headed by the Attorney General to ensure that all assistance is given. Most likely, which we shall be communicating, those bills, because in one day you can finish them. It's not big, apart from the company's amendment bill and the insolvency amendment bill. The other ones are not big. Of course, the one for trustees, we need an overhaul of that bill, but for now, we want to deal with the clauses that talk about beneficial ownership. because very many people declare you have this, but who is the beneficial owner is not defined. We have to ensure that we do this and we comply. Number two, to reduce on the work, that it should be referred to the Committee of Finance from the Committee of Legal. We are going to give you all the legal support. And because in the end, what is important is what is passed by this House, not what is passed by which committee. So all committees have to support each other. These committees will have to work over the weekend. By Monday, we shall need reports for consideration. Where we fail as presiding officers, we might invoke our powers and we bring these bills to be processed on the floor. So committees, ensure you do that. We cannot allow our country to go into darkness when we are here as a legislature and we are contributing to national development. So tomorrow, chairpersons, ensure that indeed your members, I'm sure they are already working with your clerks, to ensure that indeed we comply this. So Committee on Finance, we added you the Companies Amendment Bill 2022. Second, members, I hope that's very, very clear and we've seen the urgency. Second, members, last week, Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited indicated the load shedding schedule due to some technical challenges at Isimba. And the minister came here and explained and promised that they are going to work tooth and nail, day and night. I'm happy I have received information today that as we talk of now, Isimba, three of the units are back running and it's generating 137 megawatts, which saves us a lot. I'm told we only imported power of around $13,000. So now we are able to resume our, this doesn't happen again. Colleagues, I also want to congratulate. I want you, the House, to join me in congratulating our very own Honorable Lola Kanushu, MP, People with Disabilities, for her election as the chairperson of the Commonwealth Parliamentarians with Disabilities Network at the 65th Commonwealth Parliamentarians Conference in Halifax, Canada. She was, she's still in Canada. She's still at the conference. She was elected yesterday, and we feel proud position. Our very own Minister of Health, the Honorable Dr. Ruth Acheng Ocheno, on appointment as the second Vice President of the World Health Organization Regional Committee for Africa. This is a testament to the good work she has been doing, and as a member of this House, we are proud of her. Thank you, colleagues. Any reaction to my communication? I kindly request you don't derail me on the issues of the bills. I would request, okay? If it's on the bills, I request, just requesting you as colleagues. Yeah, because we have the right. Honorable Sirwanyi, Honorable Macho, Honorable Mara, and
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ku,
Right Honorable Speaker, I do not want to derail you or talk about the bill. However, Right Honorable Speaker, the procedure matter I am raising on is that yesterday opening, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Minister of Education was in this House and gave clear directive that there is no fees increment given the economic situation in the country. However, Right Honorable Speaker, schools, including government schools, have doubled fees by more than 50%, Right Honorable Speaker.
But Honorable Solomon, if you can take your seat for a minute. we refer to what we agreed. Colleagues, we agreed. Point of procedure should be on proceedings of the day. This has nothing to do with today's proceeding. But this could have been raised as a matter of national importance. So I don't want us to abuse procedure. Let procedure be about proceedings of the day. Okay? That's when we shall have an organized house. Honorable Macho?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to appreciate your communication. Mr. Speaker, as I call attention of my colleagues,
Yes.
and majorly as I seek protection from my colleague, Honorable Serwanyi.
Colleagues, I want to repeat. Point. If you have an issue of that nature, that's a matter of national importance. Honorable, if you had come to my office, I would have given you space. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to adjust my list. I will allow you to raise it as a matter of national importance. But I don't want abuse of point of procedure. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, your guidance is always right. Mr. Speaker, sir, concerning your submission, I want to appreciate the minister for the problem that was rectified at Simba Dam. My prayer to government and request is that when they note such a problem, the users of electricity should be told early in advance. The challenge we have in Uganda as a country, we operate always a fire brigade system. We wait a mistake or a problem to happen, then we begin gambling to settle it. Because Uganda as a country would have had a standby team to rectify such a problem that took all that long and cost many business people who have factories to make losses. So that is my prayer, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I think we shall discuss more when the Committee on Natural Resources reports on its findings, because we gave them that assignment.
Speaker, for your communication to the House. I just want to respond to one item, which is the International Action Task Force action on our inability to respond appropriately on AML and anti-terrorism activities. Right, Honorable Speaker, the point that you've made regarding these matters and the bills that are now before the committees is so grave. Is so grave in such a manner that Uganda as a country will be cut off from international financial systems. We will neither be able to send money out or receive anything. And I would want to urge my colleagues that if there is any time in our history to burn night candles, to work overdrive, to get these bills done, this is now the time. Because we are now on the gray list, we are only 3 countries. The next one is for us to go on the blacklist. And we join the 2 that the Right Honorable Speaker has talked about. And that is not good for this country. So I would want to support you, and as Finance Committee.
Thank you. I had allowed Honorable Joel Leku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the communication. I'm back on the Simba issue. Right Honorable Speaker, we had a meeting on electricity with the Minister for Energy yesterday.
Who had the meeting?
The people of West Nile,
Okay.
with all the sector players. In that meeting, the minister communicated that actually we did not import power from Kenya. What we did was we stopped exporting power to Kenya. But in your communication, you are saying we bought power about $13,000. So for us who attended the meeting, we are wondering what actually happened. So did we sell power, or we bought power, or we stopped exporting power? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I think that $13,000 not give you too much headache. We were supposed to spend millions of dollars, okay, in a crisis. So what I'm happy about is that we have now local capacity. Our own young engineers have been able to restore with Simba. That's what I can celebrate, and we should be celebrating that. Honorable Dr. Yume, you're the final.
Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Rule 141, Sub-Rule 2, I rise to seek for an extension in considering the Uganda Organ Transplant Bill 2021 for 30 days, for a 30-day period. We were not able to process it in the 45 days that were allocated to us for 4 major reasons. One being the scientific nature of the bill. It's the first time we are trying as a country to venture into organ donation and transplant. 2, there was an impasse in regard to donation by children, where it says people below less than 18 years old will not donate organs, but we think the third point is we anticipate a lot of organ trafficking. It's a very lucrative trade, so we want to make this law very airtight in regard to organ trafficking. So we need 30 more days to ensure that we do the right job. Thank you.
Honorable, this is the highly specialized bill, but the framers of the rules knew would be dealing with both highly specialized and non-highly specialized bills. So really, the point of concern, it affects our performance and our rating as a house. But since it is such an indeed complicated bill, highly specialized, we are going to grant the 30 days, but please don't come for more time. Ensure you deliver in 30 days. That's colleagues.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The procedural matter I'm raising is about life or death. So within the precincts of Parliament, there is a structural development that is being undertaken by a local constructions company. And last week, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm bringing it to your attention that a KCCA and the Ministry of Works issued evacuation letters to most of the tenants on the building called Talo.
You hear when I was talking to Honor, I was
It's about life or death, right?
Please, Honor, first take your seat. First take your seat. Now, Honorable of right and this, but today you were in my office, you never told me I'm threatened. You kept it to yourself to raise it here, and you, please, colleagues, let's be, you were in my office. This is an issue you would have shared with me. Not abuse the point of procedure. Let's remain focused. Colleagues, I also forgot to make one small announcement that the Youth Day celebrations, which were slated for 12th August, were extended to 26th of August, this Friday, at Kaunda grounds in Guru City, 10 a.m. The chief guest will be His Excellency the President. We urge you colleagues to attend in big numbers. And for coordination, Honorable Court Boniface, a youth MP for Northern Region, you can stand up. And Honorable Brandon Chintu will be coordinating our transport to ensure that indeed we go and we celebrate in big numbers. So, colleagues, let's go on the matters of national importance. I have Honorable Seru Kenya David.
I'm David Serukenya, by God's grace, representing the people of Machindi Sabagabo. Honorable Speaker, on 18th of August 2022, Hassan Simba was chased by police in Sarija town, UAE, to deport him because of overstay. Because he sold his belongings to pay the company that took him, he could not allow to come back and start from scratch. Reaching the climax of the building, he had no choice but to fall off and he passed on. Honorable Speaker, companies promise our gallant sons and daughters heaven and earth. On reaching there, you find the number of workers, that's Dubai. Now, so they have no option but to keep our sons and daughters in warehouses. When your license expires, you pay 100 dirhams per day. And once you are caught, you are arrested, penalized, and deported. I visited them in April this year. Honorable Speaker, our brothers and sisters are passing through hell. Many have no jobs and many sleep outside. My humble prayers. 1, for the government to regulate these companies and to carry out proper investigations before issuing them license. 2, to make sure that our gallant sons and daughters are protected when in Arab countries because they bring a lot of revenue to our country. 3, the government to foot the bills of transportation and burial of my citizen Hassan Simbwa and to compensate the family. Thank you.
But Honorable Korik, you have said there is a company which took him. Okay? You said he sold the property, paid the company which took him. So government, there is no way government maybe if you would say it should compare the company. Yes, so government.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'll call the Minister for Gender, she's here, to come and give an explanation. Thank you.
I was scanning, I wasn't seeing. Honorable Peace Mutuzo is here.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've just had the concern here, but we're working on the laws to strengthen the labor exploitation, and we shall soon be on the floor to inform the House on the new laws and the mechanisms of regulating. And for some time, we have even delicensed some of the companies. So we shall be able to give an update to the House as soon as possible.
Now, Honorable Minister, before you go, a colleague has a specific case, and the body is still in Dubai. The family is stranded, so he's praying that the body is repatriated and the family is compensated.
Right Honorable Speaker, let's get in touch with the concerned person and follow up with the companies and the organs that are concerned so that we save the situation.
So please, Honorable Sir Kenya, link up with the minister to ensure this case is. Clarification should have been for the minister. She's off the floor. She's not on the floor. Chirhura, Jovan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I raise on Rule 54 on matters of national importance concerning education in the country, and specifically I will talk about Chirhura district. Right Honorable Speaker, Chirhura has 2 constituencies of Nyabushozi and Kashonji. It has 14 sub-counties. Right Honorable Speaker, 7 sub-counties. 7 sub-counties did not have government schools. Right Honorable Speaker,
Honorable colleague, you're
it's not a
protected.
matter
Go
of laughing, that is the fact. 7 sub-counties do not have government-aided schools. Right Honorable Speaker, on a daily basis, our students travel from place to place, covering 40 kilometers, 20 kilometers to and 40 to and fro. So, Right Honorable Speaker, it is my prayer that the relevant ministry looks into that matter and address the challenge, and we get our government or school aided government projects. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, before Chief Whip, whom I know is capable of answering this question, as a former immediate Minister of State for Education, let me allow Commissioner, you also raise yours so that it can be answered at once.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm aware that the only person who gives us solution in case we are not sure of something is you, Right Honorable Speaker. So I thank you that you have given me way to come and raise this issue. Right Honorable Speaker, as schools were closing about 2 weeks ago, and the children were coming back home, all schools, including, I will not say all, but 80% of the schools I've interacted with, including government-aided schools, have increased the fees by more than 50%, citing increase in fuel prices, citing increase in commodity prices, citing every reason. However, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Education was here on the floor of Parliament and directed schools to halt any kind of increment in school fees, starting with government schools, then trickling down to private-owned schools. Right Honorable Speaker, this is where I want to seek the indulgence of the Right Honorable Prime Minister. What are our parents going to do? Because they have not been doing any business. You know, after COVID, everybody has been stuck. Prices of commodities were high. Parents are grappling, looking for the earlier school fees, but they are stuck. And now the schools are shooting the school fees. What are our parents going to do? And what is the guidance? Wouldn't the Prime Minister direct maybe the schools to maintain the school fees at the same level until further notice when the economy stabilizes?
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I undertake in principle to inform the Ministry of Education and Sports, maybe to come to Parliament and respond to the 2 issues. But let me say the following for now. On the issue of the 7 sub-counties in Chirohora without a seed in 2016-2017, the Ministry of Education and Sports conducted the school mapping exercise all over the country. That is what informed the YouGift project. By then, they found over 200 sub-counties all over the country without secondary schools. That is what informed YouGift 1, YouGift 2, which we are soon starting, and YouGift 3, which will come in future. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2020, the Ministry of Education and Sports was expected to do another mapping exercise because between 2016-2017, a number of new administrative units had been created from the old one. But because of COVID lockdown, this was not done. I believe probably they have planned because from that time to date, a number of new administrative units have been created, honorable colleagues. We know this. So that should be a new mapping exercise to inform us arising from the new units, how many new sub-counties do not have. I want to believe that the record from Chirora probably could be part of the new administrative units created from 2016-17 after the mapping exercise. Secondly, Right Honorable, on fees increment, I believe there are two things. First of all, under the law, subject to confirmation, school fees are supposed to be increased with the approval of the Ministry of Education and Sports. I have stated subject to confirmation of the law. That is the position of the law. So that implies fees without the approval. In terms of the cost drivers, you are supposed to present the cost drivers justifying the increment, including private. Yes, including private schools, because the law does not only work on government schools, it applies to all of us. That is in principle. Secondly, under the Education Act, the Ministry of Education and Sports is preparing the statutory instrument on matters of school fees, because the minister is empowered under the law to come up with that statutory instrument. By the time I left the ministry, we already had the draft. The draft was expected to go to top management, then later on to cabinet, then we lay on table here.
Information, Mr. Speaker.
Chief Whip, go on. Go ahead.
Right Honorable, I want to conclude that going forward, the Ministry of Education and Sports is preparing the statutory instrument, which is a mandate anchored on the Education Act. So I believe that will be in a position to, honorable members, if that is brought here, I believe that will give us a long-lasting solution. But no school is expected to increase school fees.
Thank you.
Without the approval of the permanent secretary. That is the law.
Honorable Auben. Colleagues, we already passed 3
Thank
p.m.
you, Right Honorable Speaker.
So
For record purposes, I'm Arnie Auben, MP Isingiro West. I'm here on matter of national importance concerning uprooting of electricity transmission poles in the Kavianda Town Council, Isingiro District. On 22nd August 2022, several electricity poles with their accessories were uprooted in Iriango Ward, Kavianda Town Council, Isingiro District, by a team headed by one Vijara Usam, an Asian nationality of a Ugandan, both employers of Demo Engineering Company. Right Honorable Speaker, on my orders, the police arrested them and case number SD 10/22 August 2022 of malicious damage and vandalizing of electrical installation was registered at Kavianda Police Station. Right Honorable Speaker, when they were interrogated, they actually said that they were uprooting them. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I see this one being clear. Even if you build a house, if someone has not paid you, you can't go and break it.
Prayers, Honorable.
My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the minister electrical transmission poles that had been uprooted. Number two, the minister should keenly follow up the case so that this fine habit does not spill over to other areas. I thank you. I submit.
Thank you, Minister of Energy. Poles are being uprooted because you have not paid contractor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. Usually when those cases are there, nobody is supposed to remove those. They will only look for payments. So since the case has come, we'll bring the response and action taken next week. I beg to request.
So, Honorable Minister, please, colleagues, please, my time. Yeah, 3 p.m. we should be finishing all these matters. We go on substantive items. Honorable Minister, please handle this matter seriously. It's affecting many people across the country. Honorable Manje, Jinja City.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The matter I'm raising is about Wanyang landing site. Wanyang landing site is among the largest fishing sites in Jinja City, Northern Division. This site was started in 1980 by John and Matama together with the community. It was donated by Muzei Malinga to help the community start fishing activities and improve on their social livelihood. This site handles fishing arrivals from Chisma 1, Chisma 2, Vuvuma, Malindi, Misoli in Mayuge. The landing site handles 40 tons of fish per month, destined to different markets of Jinja City and outside, including fishing processing industries. The site has 200 boats registered with 1,000 fishermen. Right Honorable Speaker, with all those advantages of the landing site, there is an ongoing water hyacinth and other related floating water weeds. And the existence of such floating water weeds has led to reduction in fishing activities at the landing site, hence affecting the livelihood of people around the site. The local revenue generated from the landing site has reduced due to reduction of fishing activities at the site. Right Honorable Speaker, some of the businesses have collapsed due to lack of transport and parking areas, and this has also affected the livelihoods of people. Because the boat sellers have nowhere to land, and most of them have diverted to different places, hence affecting the incomes of the community. Criminal cases have also increased within Jinja City because people lost their jobs, and this has led to domestic violence in homes, insecurity, prostitution for survival, among others. My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, the responsible ministry and the minister should urgently address the matter, since the site is in a sore state and it is one of the sources of income to the people of Jinja City. Lastly, the government should build and develop the landing site to revamp the fishing and other economic activities of the people of Jinja City. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Minister of State for Fisheries.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, indeed, the said landing site and many others are in a sore state. And as a ministry, we shall sit down and map on how to improve those landing sites.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I would implore you to visit the site. Jinja is not very far. You establish the woman MP who has raised it. And then we are able you know, the MP needs hope for her people.
Most obliged.
Thank
Right
you.
Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Margaret.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, I'm Ayabare Margaret Rebyambu, woman MP Mbarara District. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise on the matter of national importance in regard to the heavy rains that affected the people of Akatafari Village, Rubingo Ward, Buchiro Town Council, Kashar South constituency in Mbarara District. Right Honorable Speaker, I bring cries of these residents who on 20th April 2022 and again on 17th August 2022 experienced water floods mixed up with heavy stones from the hills of Rubingo in Mbarara district and then Kamukachi, Rugongo in Karung sub-county in Uweju district. These heavy stones have destroyed people's properties that include plantations, animals, buildings, and also blocked some of the access roads within the area. Right Honorable Speaker, it is observed that there has been a lot of environmental degradation caused by people who grow crops on these hills. And as if that is not enough, water runoff channels from Buweju were directed to Rubingo Buchiro Town Council in Mbarara district during the construction of Karungu Rukansha Road, which was constructed during the last dry season without considering what would happen when the rains come. My prayers. There should be a construction of gabions along the storm water channels to minimize the impact of the storm water and heavy stones on the residents of the area. Secondly, Ministry of Works and UNRA should help in managing of storm water at Akatafari Trading Center and construct a drainage that will rechannel the water into the downstream wetland system. And lastly, I pray that there should be a rejuvenated environmental way where the natural system can be put to order by planting more trees and shrubs in that area. I beg to submit and also bring
Not on matters of national importance. Honorable.
And also bring the evidence from the assessment by the environmental officer and the pictures of the destruction of the area. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Colleagues, it's free seating. You can sit on either side. We have seats anywhere. So now, most of ones which are not for policy and structural nature are to do with the Ministry of Works. In the interest of time, because there is a Ministry of Water, there is a disaster, there is Works. Ministry of Works, yours is the one which seems to be very urgent. You can speak for the rest, how you coordinate. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I've noted the concern from the honorable colleague, and I request after this sitting again to touch with her. We the problem, we start to fix it as a short-term solution. Then meanwhile, the other long-term solution of planting trees, we shall sit down and plan for it.
Coordinate with other ministers. Honorable, you're still very young and energetic. You know, it helps our colleagues when you go on ground, when you visit. You know, people see a member raised an issue and then a minister came. We are really ready. Next item.
Item 4, statement by Minister on the regulations to operationalize the Wildlife Fund under the Wildlife Act 2019.
Okay, before the minister comes, our colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of constituents from Busongora South constituency, Kasese district. They are represented by Honorable Tembo Gideon Mujungu and Honorable Kabugo Florence. They have come to observe the administration of oath of Honorable Tembo Gideon Mujungu and also proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Colleagues, we also have in the public gallery staff from Uganda AIDS Commission, and they include Dr. Mukoyo Edi, Chairperson, Board of Commissioners, Dr. Vincent Bagambe, Acting Director General. By the way, I don't know why in government we have many acting. These people qualify to be given substantive position. Acting, you know. Miss Waniman, Mr. Quinto Rotoyera, Director of Finance and Administration. Then Dr. Watiti Stephen, Chairperson, People Living with HIV. They have come to listen to the motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on HIV/AIDS, which we shall be considering later. Join me in welcoming them. Honorable Minister of Tourism. Honorable Minister, 10 minutes, I'm sure are enough for you.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Is the statement uploaded?
It is.
Honorable Minister, continue.
It is. Right Honorable Speaker, at the 17th sitting of the first meeting of the second session, 11th Parliament, held on the 11th August, Honorable Wanyama in Amayingo district by hippopotami and attendant risk
Procedure?
of food insecurity in
Honorable
affected
Minister?
communities.
No, Minister, there's a point of procedure.
Thank you so much.
No, Minister, you can take your seat.
Right, Honorable Speaker. As the Minister was preparing to present the statement, you indeed wanted to clarify if it was uploaded. Unfortunately, we are proceeding without the entire details of the statement.
Colleagues,
are we proceeding well?
Does it open on your iPads? Because some colleagues are saying, but that's not the problem of the minister, because it's not the minister who uploads, it's the clerk. So is it opening? The statement is uploaded, but the issue they are saying the format. So it's not opening. So Honorable Minister, just give me a few minutes so that our clerk can sort that. Clerk ensure that indeed you put in a format which colleagues can open. Our usual format, which is PDF. In the meantime, we can be listening to another statement, next item. Then we stand on this, we shall come back. Next item.
Item 5, presentation of a petition of registered coffee nursery operators.
Honorable Nyachkongoro.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Parliament of Uganda are moving this under Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, the humble petition of the members of the Devoted Coffee Farmers Initiative Uganda, represented by me, Nyachkongo Rosemary, Woman MP Shema, and Honorable Mhumuza David, MP Mwenge North. Shows and states that your humble petitioners, Right Honorable Speaker, are members of the Devoted Coffee Farmers Initiative Uganda, a farmers organization that brings together a cross-section of coffee growers and coffee nursery operators from all coffee growing regions in Uganda that are under the guidance and are registered, licensed by UCDA, that is Uganda Coffee Development Authority. Your petitioners aver that upon being licensed by the Uganda Coffee Development Authority, they have been supplying seedlings to UCDA and directed farmers across the country. However, following the launch of the Parish Development Model Program, and from March to May 2022, the 2022 season, coffee nursery operators have been stopped from supplying coffee seedlings to UCDA, yet they continued receiving overwhelming demand from farmers who had prepared their farms to plant during that season. Right Honorable Speaker, your humble petitioners note that the abrupt change of the program with no prior notice to the farmers, especially the registered coffee nursery operators and farmers not getting coffee seedlings under UCDA, has had a negative implication on them. Under UCDA guidance, had not been warned to scale down production of seedlings, yet the coffee roadmap of 20 million bags targeted by 2025 had led to increased demand and production of coffee seedlings to the farmers. The coffee seedlings, estimated to cost 71 billion shillings, have overgrown and are going to go to the waste if no intervention is made by government. Farmers who had prepared to plant coffee in March, April 2022 were frustrated, but have continued to demand for the coffee seedlings. Some coffee nursery operators had acquired loans as a supplementary capital to establish the coffee nurseries for farmers, but are losing property to banks and other lending institutions. For your humble petitioners further note that although Parliament, in its sitting of 12th May 2022 and 20th May 2022, directed that coffee seedlings be given to farmers and permission be given to nursery operators to supply all overgrown seedlings in the nursery beds as March to May 2022 planting season was running out. However, no guidance was given up to this effect. B, the farmers remained stranded as no written clarification by government to UCDA has been given to date. UCDA is still not in position to issue any allocation of coffee distribution, and the farmers and the coffee operators are stranded with the overgrown coffee. C, as for August, September 2022 this year, planting season is setting in, and you know the rains have started. Farmers continue to overwhelmingly demand for the coffee seedlings, and the nursery operators are looking on without any choice, and the coffee is overgrowing. Now, therefore, your humble petitioners pray that Parliament directs one, Minister of Finance, on the matter of overgrown seedlings that were verified by UCDA for farmers to plant during 2022 coffee year. Two, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to allow coffee nursery operators to supply seedlings this season to the ready farmers who had already opened up the gardens, and payment be made later when funds become available so that the seedlings do not go to waste. Your humble petitioners, as in duly bound, will ever pray. Right Honorable Speaker, we have the petitioners in the gallery, and I want to lay on table the file representing the farmers across the country, north, east, west, southwestern Uganda, central, that had actually applied CDA, but they cannot access because the Ministry of Finance has not allowed ECDA to supply. Two, Honorable Speaker, I also want to maybe note that during the session when the Minister of Finance presented his statement, he said that actually
but Honorable, you're speaking to your motion now. Before
I
we
beg,
know whether
I beg to
members
submit.
second it or not.
I beg to submit, right, Honorable.
So, motion seconded by who? And see Omara, I can see Kaberuka, Biakatonda, Katsabe, Duarada. Majority of the House. Honorable, 1 minute, speak to your motion.
In one of the sittings here, the minister actually committed himself that in the season of May, March, that they were going to allow the nursery operators to supply these seedlings. And this was in May when he actually committed himself. Up to now, sort of, yes.
Honorable colleague, the minister committed himself. Okay.
Right, Honorable Speaker, government is fond of exciting farmers. We mobilize them. We tell them that government is in for growing coffee, and people get into the moods of growing coffee. Then all of a sudden they change. We want to urge government that let them stabilize on certain inputs or certain projects that they start, so that our farmers don't put in energy and then they let the project go away. Like for instance, now they are jumping away from coffee and tea. They are on House of Avocado. They are in macadamia. They abandoned the cashew nuts. The farmers get confused. Yet the target is we want to produce more coffee for export. Now, if we don't support our farmers to grow more coffee, what is going to happen to that target that the government has always told us? And the members of parliament are always telling our people, grow more coffee. Two, if we don't allow coffee to be supplied by UCDA, we are going back to the coffee that we were growing previously, which lacks quality, which is substandard, and therefore we failed to produce the amount of coffee that we need as a country to export in order to generate income for the country, but also for our families. No wonder that's why people are crying that the fees has been increased and they cannot manage to pay school fees.
Thank you, Honorable. You can leave room for others to add on, isn't it?
Thank you, right,
You've done a
Honorable
good
Speaker.
job. Honorable Yakatonda, one of the seconders, and after Honorable Mumza. I'll first do Honorable Yakatonda.
Thank you,
The
Right Honorable.
seconders, colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you for prioritizing this petition, and I thank the honorable colleague for the presentation. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm also the chairman of Master People Planters in Uganda. And as we pass by the countryside, people have produced seedlings which are overgrowing and actually going to the waste. Right Honorable Speaker, I find % of the national economy and 19.1% of all export volume of the country. Something which is very important and export foreign earner.
Honorable language of Nanese,
that is Swahili, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, but Honorable
And
Nangesh
the
has said
region.
it's
Right Honorable
Swahili.
Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, and honorable colleagues, you find that I think this has been caused of Uganda from the International Coffee Organization. Because one, they used to offer support on the coffee sector. They used to offer to achieve balance, reasonable balance between supply and demand in the coffee economy. So my prayer is that, Right Honorable Speaker, government needs to study and ensure that we recommit to go back to the International Coffee Organization and
Thank
No
you.
problem. Thank you.
Honorable Mhumza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I come from Mwenga North constituency, Chenjo district, which is a coffee growing area. Here in Parliament, we passed a budget where we had put money for coffee. After passing the budget, we went ahead and mobilized it. I've been in the constituency, I've been on radios telling people that we are bringing coffee seedlings. So now I'm almost becoming an IDP. I go home, they ask for coffee. Everybody who calls, they ask for coffee. And we had assured our farmers that coffee is really soon will be brought, and for this season, September season. Farmers went ahead and dug holes, applied farm manure, and every time we get a phone call from the constituency, they are asking the pits are ready, the holes are ready, they want seedlings. Second, Mr. Speaker, Sam, about the issue of PDM. PDM is targeting a small percentage of the people in the constituencies, about certain percent. And even the PDM has not even come. People who want to grow.
Thank you, Honorable. Time is not our best ally. Colleagues, just a minute. Honorable Minister of Finance came here and committed himself. I remember what we considered was simple. You see, this would be the first parliament where colleagues are not going to support their constituents with seedlings. It was a practice. It was a practice. And these seedlings we use to ensure that they reach our farmers. Even me, farmers asking in my constituency. Now, when we said the government brought the argument of parish model, whereas we appreciated parish model, we went ahead and appropriated money for seedlings. And the parish model has not yet started, but the planting season is going. Another fear we are having, honorable colleagues, you have very many nursery bed operators who went, borrowed money and prepared beds. Now, these people are stuck. They are stuck with loans. Some came to my office, they are crying. They are saying, if you can give us at least, only we supply this season, so that we know next season we shall not be holding anyone responsible for preparing beds. But these are beds we prepared much earlier because we knew it was a practice of government buying seedlings from us. Our beds supervised by UCDA, okay? And we borrowed money and invested in all this. Now, if you've stopped all of a sudden, what do you want us to do? This is what they are saying. It's simple. And then the farmers are also saying, we need seedlings, we are ready to plant, but we don't have capacity to purchase seedlings. What happened all of a sudden? So, since we provided for this money in the budget, we are not saying bring a supplemental. Why don't you be a bit flexible? And just for this season, so that from the coming season, now these nursery bed operators know government is not going to be buying seedlings from us. Honorable Ramiram, I don't know what you say about this.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Your message, Right Honorable Speaker, is taken. We are going to ensure that we consider this item on Monday because it's a serious matter.
Colleagues, thank you. Colleagues, beyond coffee, there is tea. Honorable Kaberuka had brought an issue for tea. Wait, Honorable Kaberuka had brought an issue for tea.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Much for being considerate the people of Uganda. And in this regard, Mr. Speaker, I would want us not to look at the suppliers. I would want us to look at the strategy of the government, which the government has put as a strategy to develop Uganda. And one of them is to have prosperity for all, where the government has prioritized the coffee and tea as major crops, and people have taken up that advice of the government, and amidst the way,
we find they are now getting out of that program without also giving alternative. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward to talk about the coffee farmers, the same minister on the same day, the same tea suppliers and tea farmers to access tea. Because, Mr. Speaker, look at Buhweju, look at Kanungu, look at Zombo, where we are promoting tea amidst the way before we have factories take off, you withdraw. That is a bad practice, and we need the means of finance surely to come and tell us why we should not have the farmers of tea where the factories have already started being, which of the factories have already been constructed. They want tea leaf, green leaf to be supplied, employing Ugandans, then amidst the way you withdraw without any preparation. Mr. Speaker, this is a bad practice. We need the minister really to tell us why.
Thank you. Colleagues, now I'm going to, when we open up this matter, you see, a motion by our rules of procedure should be directly referred to the relevant authority. Honorable Kateshumba, you're insisting, I don't know. Tell me what you're insisting.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for your guidance. You have invited the Minister of Agriculture to make a commitment. But I think that the minister is not very honest. The problem lies somewhere. And we need to hear from the Minister of Finance. Right, Honorable Speaker, the strategy of government, when it changed to PDM, the understanding was that people would use PDM funds. But that has not happened. PDM is not happening. Seedlings are not there. For the whole quarter, government only released wage. How is the country going to develop? Where is the economic growth going to come from? So we need the commitment from the ministry. This house appropriated funds to support that activity. We need to know, right, Honorable Speaker, whether we still have the authority over appropriation as a house.
No, I will just allow Amuri and Rob, and then I give my guidance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, whereas other regions are crying about the coffee and tea, I also want to bring to your attention the issue of fruits in Teso sub-region and other regions. Mr. Speaker, government gave in a lot of money to supply seedlings for fruits, oranges, mangoes, and the rest, and gave us a factory that is not consuming the fruits. So where do we take these fruits? These fruits have occupied land that we should be using for other productive activities. Just because we were listening to what government is saying and what we wanted to show our commitment that we are working together, but today our people are crying and stuck with rotting mangoes and oranges. Mr. Speaker, what do you have for Teso? Thank you very much.
Yes. Minister, I hope you are listening, Rob.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you, and I should allow truth to be spoken to this government. Mr. Speaker, the funds were not only appropriated, but the minister made a commitment here on the floor to avail the funds for these nursery beds for coffee. But Mr. Speaker, the number of concerns, a little of them that have come so far, including that of schools, increasing the school fees. You remember very well that there was a presidential bailout of 20 billion for private school teachers. It has never come. Even when there was a stimulus package to support schools after 2 years, devastating effects of the package has not come by. And can you even imagine that a minister who has committed to visit these fishing landing sites is already throwing hands into the air that she does not have transport. Can you imagine? To go there. So this government has not only abdicated its responsibility of delivering services to the people, but it is also sleeping on job, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Minister of Finance, no, before you come, Minister of Finance, I think you will need to meet your ministers. Reason being, very many ministers are coming on the front. The answer, we are getting funds. Because the Minister of Fisheries was assigned by this house to visit Katosi landing site. And the woman MP Mukono has been calling her all the time. And the minister is confessing she doesn't even have fuel to take her to Katosi. You know? So it's to that extent. So you need to handle these issues. These are issues which shouldn't be coming on the floor. Issues of fuel, so you need to work out closely with your colleagues. Now, some of you colleagues were talking about seeds. The seeds, the chairperson committee on agriculture came and told you here we didn't appropriate that money. So I want us to confine ourselves to money we appropriated. Money we didn't appropriate, please, that one, let us be cautious about it. For seedlings, we did coffee, tea, and all that. So I think I'm now constrained. I'm going to refer Rule 30, Sub-Rule 6. I'm going to refer this petition to two ministers, Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Finance, so that you can meet and you present a joint report. But only we want seedlings, not, in fact, the problem is not even a report. Seedlings. No, chair, please. I'm speaking. Refer this to the Minister of Agriculture. When a speaker is making a ruling, you don't refer to procedure, honorable. Sub-Rule 6 of our rules of procedure, where it can be referred to the committee or a minister responsible. So I refer it to the two ministers to report back to the House on Wednesday next week on action taken. On action taken, not explanation of why we've not gotten seedlings, but on action taken. Next item, we go back to the item on tourism. Thank you, Honorable. Sorry.
Item 4.
I hope it's now uploaded.
Yes.
Colleagues, you can access it. Thank you, Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Right Honorable. You referred the matter to me and directed that I prepare and present a statement on operationalization of the Wildlife Fund and the Wildlife Act 2019. This, Mr. Speaker, therefore, is to comply as directed. Operationalization of the Wildlife Fund. Mr. Speaker, the Uganda Wildlife Act 2019, Section 64, provides for the continuation of the Wildlife Fund that was established under the Uganda Wildlife Act, Cap 200. The Wildlife Fund that was created under the Uganda Wildlife Act, Cap 200, was preserved by the Uganda Wildlife Act 2019 and has continued to operate uninterrupted. Is related to the Wildlife Compensation Scheme that provides for the compensation claims for human death, injuries, or damage to property caused by a wild animal outside a protected area, as provided under Section 83 of the Uganda Wildlife Act 2019. In order to give force to the compensation scheme, the Uganda Wildlife Compensation Scheme Regulation 2022, number 65, was gazetted 5th August 2022. In addition, the Uganda Wildlife Revenue Sharing Regulations 2022, number 65, was also gazetted on the same day. Mr. Speaker, I lay the gazette on table. As provided for in the Wildlife Act 2019, the Uganda Wildlife Authority, since the enactment of the Act, has put aside 2% of its revenue, which constitutes part of the funds to support the scheme that to date has accumulated to 900 million Uganda shillings. Other sources of funds to this scheme include appropriation by Parliament, which we are yet to benefit from. The Wildlife Compensation Scheme Verification Committee that is responsible for verification of claims has been fully constituted, and preparations are underway for it to commence work. Right Honorable, a substantial amount of wildlife in Uganda lives outside the wildlife protected areas, in the bushlands, water bodies, forests, and savanna ecosystems. Whereas most of the areas have now been opened up and settled by people, the country is still rich in wildlife that lives amongst the area occupied by people. With increasing human population and opening up of more land for agricultural expansion, areas that formerly hosted wildlife have been destroyed, leading to displacement of a host of species, especially resulting into increased human-wildlife conflict. Wildlife species with the highest incidence of human-wildlife interactions and conflicts in the Maingo district are the hippopotamus and the crocodiles. Whereas Lake Victoria was richly endowed with fish resources that constitutes the major food for crocodiles, overfishing has resulted in depletion of stocks, affecting the feeding habits of the crocodiles. Fishermen have been observed using canoes that are easily accessed by crocodiles. Over time, crocodiles have learned that these canoes are stocked with fish, and in the process of venturing to source food from canoes, boats, humans have often been preyed on, unfortunately, by the crocodile. In addition, Right Honorable, the opening up of wetlands and lake shores for agricultural expansion has resulted in degradation of the habitats that provided food for the hippopotami, resulting into other scarcity or unavailability. The hippopotami thus eat crops grown in the protected zones, or in the absence of food, here the hippos venture to areas beyond. Uganda Wildlife Authority created a human wildlife conflict response unit that has been trained in the capture and translocation of problem crocodiles. In Namayingo, a total of 10 problem crocodiles have been translocated from the areas of Lugaga, Bumeru, Dolwe, Malongo. Uganda Wildlife Authority constructed 5 crocodile safe cages in villages of Mwango, Butanira A, Butanira B, Mwangoda, and Kisumu landing sites in the Dolwe Island in the Maingo district to provide for safe The recent rising levels of the lake have affected the effectiveness of the cages, which have been flooded. Several awareness raising sessions have also been held at the various landing sites on the islands of Lake Victoria. since the beginning of 2020 has been reported that occurred on the 8th of August 22. A team from UA visited the site, made an assessment, and noted that the problem is related to the degradation of the lake shores, which community members have opened for crop growing, hence encroaching on the wildlife habitat. It is therefore incumbent upon all those who have a stake to take responsibility and execute our respective roles in the protection and conservation of our heritage. The protection of 200-meter zone from the lake shore particularly needs to be enforced. Finally, I want to mention that the problems related to wildlife that are being experienced in the Mayingo district are a result of environmental degradation and fish depletion from the lake. As my ministry tries to put in place mitigation measures to reduce the impact of the animals on the people. It is important that communities are encouraged to observe the laws related to fishing and management of lake shores. This way, wildlife and humans will coexist. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you. Is Honorable Wanyama Michael here? The one who raised the matter? No, he's not. Just, Honorable Minister, I wanted us to be specific. If you could help us and you can give us a timeline on the operationalization of the scheme, that will help us so much. Because when we say preparations are underway for it commence work, can we have a time frame, Honorable Minister, projected at least, which would enable us to say we should be able to see light in this period?
Thank you, Right Honorable. 1st October.
1st October.
Thank
you.
you.
Very, very direct. Procedure? 1st October 2022 for the record.
Right Honorable Speaker, my procedural matter concerns many of us who have already raised the challenge of wildlife on the effect of crops. I remember raising the effect of white and black calabash monkey. Another MP raised the issue of elephants, and there are very many others who have already raised issues that we need our minister to respond to other than the two wild games. Ensuring that the vermin control officers are fully established at the relevant local government offices, and also the availability of the cycling vermin control drugs that are out of stock in Uganda. I don't know if we are proceeding right, if the minister just goes with only 2 types of wildlife, yet we have raised this issue on a number of wildlife effects. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable colleague, we are proceeding very right because the minister has responded to what we as presiding officers assigned him. If we assign the rest, but you've raised them, Honorable Minister, I think you need to get time. You prepare a comprehensive statement on human-wildlife conflict so that you can address these issues. But, colleagues, the biggest solution is in operationalization of this scheme. Yes, of this scheme, so that our people can be compensated. If your people are tagged and everything, people, what they want is compensation. So 1st October, Honorable Minister, we can say 2nd of October, if it would be a Tuesday, would be glad for you to come to this house and you say, I have done it. And we shall go and celebrate with our people. We start taking action. Now, colleagues, please. Colleagues, yes, as per Rule 52, sub Rule 2, which allows debate. I'm going to allow a debate of 15 minutes because this is outright a clear. Outright. Bujiri, because it's close to Namayingo, and since Namayingo always bit is not here, I go to Kitugum where elephants have disturbed the people. I go to West Nile and then Kanungu, where then I see colleagues use 1 minute each so that I can pick more. Please, quickly.
Thank you.
Switch on.
Thank you, Right Honorable, and the Honorable Minister for the report. Mr. Speaker, the issue of crocodiles in Namayingo is something that is very serious, and I would like to appreciate your ruling that the minister operationalizes the compensation fund. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I would request that as the fund is being operationalized, we generate a list of the affected people so that as it gets operationalized, those to benefit are known. Otherwise, with operationalizing the fund, it might end up benefiting other communities.
Honorable, no more time. We don't have much more time. Okay. I had already picked colleagues to speak, please. 1 minute each one of us.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of human-wildlife conflict is a very big issue. In Kitgum district in Orom sub-county, this particular community has seen all the challenges we can talk about. Right now, they are struggling with the challenges of Karamajong, the cattle raiding. During dry season, we will have elephants moving all over. Right Honorable Speaker, it is my appeal that the minister takes off time before coming back to this house and visits all these areas and have interactions with the community. And also, most importantly, we need to empower the UWA officials. Some of these officials, when you went on ground, they will tell you we don't have the bullets required for shooting and scaring the elephants. So we need the UWA officials and have these interventions done on time. Compensation is very key. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I'm trying to speak from each sub-region.
Padiere County, Nebi District. Yes. The area of Greater Nebi, especially Pakwach, borders Matishon Falls National Park. And when we actually want this fund to be operationalized, we wanted not only to protect the humans, but the animals as well. Actually, in the area of Pakwach, there is a belief by poachers that they have been actually killing the hippopotamus for their teeth. They believe that if they wear the hippo teeth along their necks, they will actually be protected from the wild animals. Actually, fencing these wildlife reserves and protecting the animals will actually be good because of this fund. And also, Mr. Speaker, of recent, the ministry has actually increased the gate passes around the national parks. Now the entrance is 25,000 shillings for Ugandans. And
Honorable Patience.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. We have the same issue of wild animals from Queen Elizabeth National Park, especially elephants. They have vandalized people's gardens from Nyanga sub-county, Chi sub-county, and Nyamirama. Right now, we have a problem. People are starving because all their crops have been eaten by wild animals. I understand they are in procurement process for fencing the national park. I ask you to talk to the concerned ministry so that they can hurry or rush the procurement so that they can fence the national park. And I encourage and I request, my prayer is the people of these sub-counties, 3 sub-counties I've mentioned, they can be provided with some food because people right now have nothing to.
Since you raised that issue, I was visiting Honorable Kaberuka, and there was an element of compensation for land. Honorable, you want to clarify on that issue? Because your people said, Honorable, we want that issue on the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable. And thank you for your indulgence, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue is about Mpungu and it's about Mga Tract, which was gazetted erroneously and took many people's homes within that area. And it was done and was the ministry came there in 2004. But since then, they have never made an action. On July 6th, Mr. Speaker, I wrote my senior minister. Up to now, I have never gotten any reply. The last week,
Honorable, he's not your senior minister because you're not a junior minister.
Oh,
so, he's the minister.
In making. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you. The minister received the letter on the 6th of July. We are now in August. The people of Pungu, 2 parishes, cannot process a title, cannot develop their land. The minister had promised to go there. Nothing has happened. Last week, the people were putting their arm up in the arms, but we have been absorbing and are probably waiting for your indulgence.
Honorable
Would the minister please help us at least to give us a green light on what is going to happen with the people of Pungu? Thank you.
Honorable Yomons, is it on the same? Now I want to see the minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. What the Honorable Kaberuka has presented, that when this parliament gazetted within the area, there were 2 parishes in Mpungu sub-county that were erroneously included in the park. And the residents cannot even construct permanent houses. They can't grow coffee or other perennial crops. So
Honorable Isaac, I request you leave the minister.
I had my voice that the Honorable Butime should come to the rescue of that community because they keep coming to us as members of parliament of the area.
Honorable Butime, visit your colleague and sort out the issue. Honorable Kiror. Hey. Rescue your colleague.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have keenly followed the report as presented by the minister, but I want to draw attention to an area, Kidepo. Must have been brought. The elephants have actually done more harm than good in Kidepo. So it's a concern that that issue ought to be equally addressed if we're looking at this. But you see, the delays in implementing this compensation scheme is going to cost us a lot. You are going to open a can of worms to litigation that sometimes can be avoided by having some of these mechanisms. So I want to urge government that the earlier and the faster we do these interventions, the better. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker. I want to also thank the minister for the report that is given us. But Honorable Speaker, this act was already implemented in Sabay sub-region in 2019. I'm surprised that the verification committee is yet to be constituted. In Sabay sub-region, whenever a cow enters the forest or just goes near, you must pay 50,000. When a dog goes near or a pusscat, you must pay 20,000 or 10,000. How come that this committee is just being verified, yet people have been paying money since 2019? Thank you.
That's the money for revenue sharing. Now I'll allow Linus, then Honorable Magora, who is there. Colleagues,
Thank you.
Colleagues, we have several items in this house,
Thank you, Right Honorable
which on the
Speaker.
order paper you will contribute.
Uh,
And colleagues, standing up many times does not mean me that is when I will see you. Please settle down. I will pick you because I always pick you even when you've not stood up many times. So making for me signs, winking, what? Now like the ones who are winking, I don't know which step I take. So colleagues, make clear signs which I can understand. Linus.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. What I wanted to know, and the people of Chivanda wanted to know, because we also have issues of elephants destructing our crops, is when we operationalize this compensation scheme, from which year shall we start with paying? Is it from 2010, 2015? Because elephants have been destructing crops for a very long time. So it would be good enough for us to also know which year this program will start, the compensation of our people's crops will begin from. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mugore. You're the one who is an expert on tourism issues.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Two things. One, that the issue of elephants, our
ED of what?
ED of Uganda Life Authority.
Okay.
I'm giving an information. If a park has now got too many elephants, what do? Some of them may need to be put out of action if, listen correctly, my brothers, if for example, there are those ones which are stubborn and are known, they can be put out of action. But the most immediate action that we should do together is the issue of fencing. Other than that, even the compensation we're talking about, the 900 million shillings so far saved, cannot compensate all of the people. If
Honorable Cecilia Ogwal.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've listened to the points given, but I feel that compensation cannot be sustainable. It doesn't matter how much money we put under compensation, it will not be able to satisfy the level of destruction that we are experiencing across the country. Right Honorable Speaker, I would want to advise that there must be high-level sensitization of the community so that we learn to live with the wildlife and we invest on community protection and sustainability. And of course, the fencing, so that we can have preventive mechanism in place. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appeal to colleagues. It's good to talk about this thing. The minister must, is suffering for nothing. However much money you give him, he will not be able to satisfy us. So I think.
Honorable Nuru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I have the same problem, but mine is a bit different because my people have been suffering about 3 years ago. Honorable Minister Butime came with food and people were happy. But I want to inform Honorable Minister, sir, that the 1 lorry of food that you brought was eaten in 1 day. So I would request you to supply food because my people. I thank you.
Shadow Minister for Tourism. Honorable Masaba Karim.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I'm Karim Masaba, the Shadow Minister of Tourism and the MP, Industrial Division, Bale City. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister for the statement presented, because this was one of the key issues that I brought out in the alternative ministerial policy statement during the budgeting process. And I believe my efforts and that of my team have paid off. And let's hope this money will come as promised by the minister. I have one concern, which is concerning the wildlife compensation verification committees, because the UA Act of 2019, that is Article 17, talks about the community wildlife committees. I'm not certain whether you've incorporated them in this compensation policy, because we may find that the wrong people are the ones who will be faced by a situation where this verification compensation committee you're creating is of, say, some people around Kampala who will end up sharing this money instead of this money actually grant. So this is something we need to care in and incorporate the community wildlife committees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rob.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, it has taken you a whopping 3 years to lay a gazette of these regulations on the table, ever since the act was enacted in 2019. So when I say you are sleeping on a job, I mean in every sense of the word I mentioned. 3 years are a long time, Mr. Honorable Minister. Many lives have been lost, property and damage of property and even injuries, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, together with the compensation scheme, the minister has laid the revenue sharing scheme also. And you know, those of us who live around Mount Elgon National Park, we have witnessed revenue collected from penalties from tourists and given to districts. The district takes 5%, then 95% is given to those sub-counties whose communities live along the fringes of the forest. But Mr. Speaker, I suppose in those regulations, there is also compensation. There should be some compensatory the conflict of the running battles between those people living along those forests and the UA, because it has gone on for long, it has claimed lives and even property. So compensation should also be considered for those people who are actually alleged to be encroachers when they have stayed there for age.
Rob, conclude.
As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, sir, you know very well from the act, Mr. Minister, that this committee that verifies claims that are submitted comprises of only 5 people. And I wish you could mention them, and the offices from which they are to emanate are known, so that we know for sure that this time around you have fully constituted the committee for verification of compensation claims. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But let me start with the leader of opposition, Honorable Nambeshe, on the issue of sleeping on the job. Sleeping on a job, yes. Mr. Speaker, actually gazetting is the last stage of the act, because the act was passed 2019, that was the law. The minister was required to produce regulations. So the minister sat there and started working on the regulations. These regulations, after being properly worked out, cross-checked, the office of the Attorney General, the first Parliamentary Council, is a very tedious, long, meticulous process. And this was done. So what happens after all that, which really takes, which cannot take weeks, and takes years, you finally get the regulations and gazette those regulations. And these regulations, therefore, were gazetted on the 3rd of August, 2022. I thank all other ministers before me who worked on the law, on the law, and eventually it is in place. And I think that's the most important thing. For the shadow minister, the colleague across, yes, the verification committee will be meticulously selected. There will be no friends, isn't it? In your view, Yatongo of Kampala, there will be, it's not a matter of friends, they will be meticulously selected, and they will form that committee. My good friend, Honorable Joseph Mukama, Tagwenda, we were together 2 weeks ago. I cannot continue bringing food to that area, but I think we shall work more on the electric fence, right, Honorable. Really, the electric fence is the answer. The electric fence plus what Honorable Cecilia Ogwara has said, it is also community engagement to create a sustainable situation where it is not just the money compensation. What is the purpose of the money when somebody died? Really? You can compensate, yes, but life was lost. So the most important thing is to create a sustainable situation where the community plus Uganda Wildlife Authority work together and mitigate that situation before the unfortunate incidents take place.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for giving me the way. And thank you for your report. Honorable Minister, how do you solve the issue of elephants moving from Nimule Game Park in South Sudan across the border into Dufele sub-county in Moyo district in Uganda, thereby destroying food crops, houses, and displacing people? Can the wildlife compensation scheme for damages caused to persons outside protected areas benefit the people of Dufele sub-county in Moyo district? Thank you very much. That's the clarification I want to get from you.
Switch on, Honorable
Mr. Speaker, I had to give away because of Tom behind there. You know, we share the name, so I had to give away very quickly. But you know, Right Honorable, elephants can also go, they can also be tourists. So if they come from Southern Sudan to Uganda, these are tourist elephants. And elephants do not carry passports. No, they don't. They just roam the whole world where they can go, isn't it? They don't need passports like us. We need passports. Elephants don't. And therefore, if they destroy, actually, as soon as the elephants get to Uganda, it is the responsibility of Uganda Wildlife Authority. If such a situation happens, we compensate. Honorable Ngopek wondered, when is the actual effective date of the wildlife compensation scheme? Mr. Speaker, the effective date is 5th August 2022. Because that's when the Gazette came out. So that was the beginning. The rest is just administrative. So in other words, the verification committee must be in place, as I promised, Right Honorable Speaker, by 1st of October. And that is it. Yes, and that is it.
But Honorable Minister, please.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Ranya, wait a bit. I guide the Honorable Minister. I don't have much time. So I'm not going to rate Honorable Minister, except very. Let's allow this.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to clarify from the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, according to Honorable Ngompek, he was asking whether those ones whose animals destroyed their properties, killed their passions 10 years ago, shall be included in this compensation. After the law. And two, Honorable Minister, you need to specify what type of compensation. We have different type of compensations. Others were killed, others animals destroyed their properties, others animals injured their people. And the compensation may not be the same. I pray that when you are coming, you have to lay down the criteria and how much shall be given for each and every compensation. Those who are killed, injured, and property destroyed. That would guide. And also you need to tell our community, what should community do if your properties were destroyed by any fire? What should we tell our community to do? Should they use the lawyer to ask for the money? Should they go by themselves to
Thank
your
you,
office?
Honorable.
What should be done?
Honorable Minister, you have 2 minutes to conclude.
You go to the chairman LC1 or you report to the police. The effective date is 5th August 2022. The effective date is 5th August 2022. Honorable Kabiruka, we have agreed to meet and discuss the matter and finalize. People paying. The honorable member from Sebe was talking about people paying. That is illegal. People should not pay UWA. It is UWA which is supposed to compensate. Queen Elizabeth.
Clarification, Honorable.
The electric fence.
Just for your information.
Please, Honorable colleague, you don't access the microphone without the permission of the presiding officer. Honorable Minister, go on.
Mr. Speaker, Queen Elizabeth issue, it is the electric fence. The procurement of the electric fence is at an advanced stage. I will not interfere in the business, but what I know is that it is at an advanced stage and very soon we shall procure, we shall receive this. The tender will be given out, the electric fence supplied, and the construction begins. The Minister of State for Tourism has been to Machishon Falls area. He has actually been to very many protected areas. And therefore, the invitation again to go back to Machishon Falls, please let us work on the fence and we'll see how we proceed. MP Padiere was, but there is no lake in Padiere, so I don't know why the MP. Even Pakwach is a Pakwach district. Padiere is Nebi district, Pakwach is Pakwach district. Not because I know that area very well. So let me, Mr. Speaker, finalize by saying that the most important was the wildlife compensation scheme and regulations they have been gazetted on the 5th of August, 2022. Verification committee will be in place 1st October. The rest will be settled. 900 million is ready for the compensation scheme. So as soon as all this is done, Mr. Speaker, I think problems will reduce. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, 1st of October will be a Saturday. So on Tuesday, 1st of October, please come to the House and update us on the action taken as promised. Next item.
Item 6, weighing of papers. 6 Roman 1, report of the delegation of the Inter-Parliamentary Union at the 144th Assembly and related meetings held in Bali, Indonesia from 18th to 24th March 2022.
Honorable Susan Amel.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay a report of the delegation of the Interparliamentary Union at the 144th Assembly and related meetings held in Bali to 24th March 2022. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. Colleagues, this report is for information purposes, and please study it. It will help you in your legislative work.
Item 6, Roman 2.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the delegation of the Parliament of Uganda at the Interparliamentary Union Non-Aligned Movement Parliamentary Network Conference held in Baku, Azerbaijan from 29th June to 2nd July 2022. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable. Like the area report, this one is also for information purposes. Please read these reports. They are very rich in information, especially when we are on our international obligation. They guide us on what was going on and we get a lot of information. So ensure you read them, they will help you in your work. Next item.
Item 7. For the financial year 2020-2021 on 12 districts, local government, and 2 municipality councils.
Chairperson, Committee on Park, Local Government. Honorable Mapenduzi. Honorable, you have 15 minutes because we need 30 minutes of debate. We'll make it 45 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Before I embarked on this assignment, permit me to lay on table minutes of the committee meetings and also a copy of the report of the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time, I also request you to allow me, as I present this report, and basing on the time you have given, permit me to give an executive summary of the report, audited reports on 12 district local governments and 2 municipal councils for the financial year 2020-2021. And as I do that, members will be able to go through the executive summary, which gives an overview of the main report, which is equally here. Right Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Article 163(5)(a) of the Constitution and Rule 182.5 of the Rules of Procedure, the Committee on Public Accounts, Local Government considered the report of the Auditor General for the financial year 2020-2021 and wishes to report its finding to this House. The committee's report covers the 12 district local governments and 2 municipal councils, and the details are provided, Right Honorable Speaker. This report has been compiled based on the findings of the Auditor General and observations of the committee, mainly to show the current state of local governments and to aid policymakers in improving the performance of these local governments as highlighted below. Right Honorable Speaker, number 1, which is indicated as 1-0, looks at budget performance for financial year 2020-2021. And Right Honorable Speaker, out of the total budget of 571,286,551,418 shilling that was appropriated for the 14 local governments reported on the financial year 2020-2021, Uganda shilling 468,329,217,286 shilling was released, representing 82%. By close of the financial year, Right Honorable Speaker, a total sum of Uganda shilling 423,200,140,736 shilling was spent, representing 74% of the appropriated. And this budget and the total unspent balance totaling to Uganda shilling 38,384,131,559 shilling was returned to the consolidated fund. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that the local governments failed to absorb the money released due to failure to recruit, delayed deployment of teachers by the Ministry of Education, failure to procure and others. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee has provided recommendations, and for purposes of saving time, I appeal to colleagues to look through. It's indicated. There are a number of recommendations that we have given. Right Honorable Speaker.
No, Honorable, recommendations need to be heard properly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The committee recommends the following, Right Honorable Speaker. 1, that the accounting officers should institute measures that will ensure timely declaration of vacant positions to the District Service Commission, appointment and access to payroll to avoid return of unspent balances to the consolidated fund. 2, the Education Service Commission should ensure strict and timely adherence to their recruitment plans to avoid delays in staff recruitment. Under 1.1, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee looked at local revenue performance. The 14 local governments in the financial year 2020-2021 budgeted to collect a total sum of Uganda shilling 13,727,831,626 shilling as local revenue. And by close of the financial year, a total sum of 8,482,326,450 shilling was collected, representing a performance of 62%. The committee observed that, Right Honorable Speaker, the local government local revenue mobilization were greatly affected by COVID-19 pandemic, thus the low revenue performance. Secondly, there were also leakages and spending at source by lower local governments. The committee recommended that 1, committees are strengthened. 2, the local governments devise effective measures to address the leakages and all accountable revenue officers who abuse their powers. 3, the accounting officers should ensure that an updated revenue register is in place to track and enhance revenue performance. And lastly on that, the accounting officers should ensure that an effective revenue mobilization and tax education plans are in place. Under number 2, Right Honorable Speaker, it looks at payroll management, and under that, it specifically looks at budgeting for salary, pension, and gratuity and submission of budget estimate. The audit reports for financial year 2020-2021 revealed that local governments and municipal councils failed to adhere to paragraph 2.2 of the establishment notice, number 2 of 2019, which requires accounting officers of local governments to submit salary, pension, and gratuity estimates for the subsequent year to Ministry of Public Service by 30th of September for the previous financial year. The delays were majorly, Right Honorable Speaker, attributed to COVID-19 lockdown restrictions on movement of persons and low staffing. And the committee recommends that the accounting officers should, for subsequent financial years, ensure that they strictly follow the timelines are prescribed under paragraph 2.2 of the establishment notice number 2 of 2019 on submission of previous year. Number 3, Right Honorable Speaker, looks at pension salaries, pension and gratuity. And under that, the first one is 3.1 is absorption of funds. It was reported that local governments failed to absorb the money for salaries, pension and gratuity. The under absorption of funds was due to factors including but not limited to: 1, failure to recruit staff as a result of COVID-19 national lockdown, absence and a non-functional district service commission, delayed approval of members of the district service commission, and delays by the district by the Education Service Commission to recruit teachers and access them on the payroll by the same ministry. And the fifth, Roman number 5, under that is failure to attract staff in key positions, for instance, district health officers, district engineer, and medical officers. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that 1, many local governments concealed or ring-fence positions that have fallen vacant by deploying junior staff in acting capacity or on assignment basis beyond the mandatory period of 6 months as a ploy to give time to their favorites so as to gain the prerequisite qualifications, during which period they deny deserving persons employment at the expense of service delivery. Number 2, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development made releases to some of these local governments over and above the requested funds. And 3, the absence and failure to implement the provision of the Negotiating, Consultative and Dispute Settlement Machinery Act 2008, resulting into failure to settle labor disputes, leading to under-absorption, loss of funds, and high cost of dispute resolution. And the committee recommended the following. 1, the accounting officers should institute measures that will ensure timely declaration of vacant positions to District Service Commission. 2, the Education Service Commission should ensure strict and timely adherence to recruitment plans to avoid delays in staff recruitment. Local governments should ensure that they are fully constituted service commissions to enable timely recruitment of staff. The Ministry of Public Service and Public Service Commission to develop guidelines for timeliness on the tenure and approval of should intensify its inspection and monitoring on matters of staff, including staff establishment, service functionality, and cases of staff discipline. And the last recommendation under that is provision of making sure that the provision of Negotiating, Consultative and Dispute Settlement Machinery Act 2008 be adhered to. Under number 4, Right Honorable Speaker, we looked at under and overpayment and non-payment of salary. The committee noted that majority of the accounting officers admitted to authorizing overpayment or underpayment of salaries to some employees under the service of their respective local governments. A case in point is Luero District local government that made an overpayment of 150 million. The committee also noted attributed to mismatch in information between the IFMIS or IFMS and employee bank details. The committee recommends the following. The accounting officers of the affected local government should in future ensure that they adhere to Section BA 7 of the Uganda Public Service Standing Orders 2010 with a view of authorizing employees right payment of salary amounts. 2, accounting officers should ensure recovery of overpaid salary amounts from the affected employees. 3, accounting officers should ensure processing of payment of top-up salary amounts in respect of employees who were underpaid of their salaries. And 4, the accounting officers should liaise with the Minister of Public Service to reconcile the different salary amounts paid to their respective entities. Under 4.0, Right Honorable Speaker, payment of salary using wrong authorized for payment of staff salaries, which was attributed to payroll changes not supported by signed pay change report. And I refer you to the main report, and we have provided details and observations. Under 5, Right Honorable Speaker, delayed deletion of staff from payroll. Some accounting officers authorized for payment of salaries to staff who had retired. However, recoveries of monies erroneously paid out to affected staff was ongoing. The committee recommends that the Office of the Auditor General should carry out annual audit of the staff and pension payroll to clean up the system. Under 6, Right Honorable Speaker, we have unauthorized loan deductions. The audit report revealed deductions from employees' salaries without letters of undertaking. The committee recommends the following: that the accounting officers should not sign off staff loan applications through issuance of letters of undertaking where staff have running contracts with credit lending institutions. Number 2, government should institute more protective measures to cap multiple and over borrowing by employees. Right Honorable Speaker, without going into the details, members will realize from the main report that there are a lot of irregularities going on in as far as borrowing of loans by employees of government. And we have given a detailed report on that. Number 7, Right Honorable Speaker, is non-deduction of pay from political leaders. The audit report highlighted failed deduction of pay from political leaders, leading to loss of revenue by government. The committee was informed that the anomaly was occasioned by lack of dedicated budget line or window on the IFMIS platform to effect deduction electronically. The committee recommends that all accounting officers who did not deduct pay should ensure that this money is deducted from the political leaders, whether still in office or out of office. Right Honorable Speaker, under number 8, delayed access to salary and pension payroll. The audit report revealed that accounting officers failed to expedite quick access of newly appointed staff to the salary payroll. This was attributed to delays submitted to submit required documents such as the national identification cards. Right Honorable Speaker, again, in the main document, we have provided details. Under 9, entrepreneurship program, or WEP. The audit report revealed program as low recoveries were realized during the period under review. The committee observed that most of the district local governments did not have proper recovery plans and data on the beneficiary groups, and some funds disbursed to local governments were in respect of the financial year 2014-2015 to 2018-2019. The committee also observed that OWEB was performing better than the YLP, but of course the levels are equally, the levels of recovery is equally low. And as a result, the committee has provided the following recommendation. Again, our main document where we have given about 7 key recommendations as a way of making sure we can deal with these challenges. And just as you emphasize, Right Honorable Speaker, as you emphasize, I'll very quickly give the recommendations. The committee recommends that revolving funds for
future program be covered or guided by legal frameworks to provide for sanctions, detailed program management, and detailed program management structure. 2, accounting officers should institute all measures and mechanisms possible to recover outstanding balances, including developing accounting officers should institute all measures and mechanisms possible to recover outstanding balances, including developing clear recovery plans and accountability mechanism. And 3, government should adhere to timelines in the provision of grants to different programs to realign it with the reporting framework so as not to cause distortion in financial reporting. And 4, for future interventions or program, the aspect of community ownership, participation, and involvement be enhanced through co-funding mechanism or initiatives. And number 5, which takes you in the main document on page 23, for similar or future interventions, accounting officers should institute clear involved in the project or program implementation. And 6, there should be budgetary provisions to support supervision and follow-up of the beneficiary groups. And finally, as a recommendation on that, government through the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, together with the local government ministry, to evaluate the performance of YLP, given the recovery of, given the fact that the recovery has remained extremely low. Right Honorable Speaker, I will now request you to permit me look at briefly, again, based on the executive summary, look at critical and specific issues. And that is on page 8 of the executive summary. And under this, Right Honorable Speaker, it covers the district of Kabong, Butaleja, and Arua. Number 1, under vote 5-9 is Kabong District Local Government, which has an unqualified opinion. And under that, query number 1, Right Honorable Speaker, is the construction of council chambers at the district headquarters. First 1. The audit revealed that Kabong District Local Government procured a contractor under phase 1 at the contract price of Uganda shilling 365,153,874 shilling under procurement reference number CAP 559 works 20 to 2021 /001. The contract was awarded to MS Jakshen Uganda Limited and signed on 28 February 2021 as the start date of executing the contract with a completion date of 23rd May 2021. Audit report, the audit reported that the contractor had been paid a total of Uganda shilling 328,637,887 shilling as shown below. Right in this executive summary, you will see that on 22nd of June 2021, this contractor was paid 73,030,775 shilling as first payment. And then just 6 days after, on 29th of June 2021, the same company was paid a second payment of 255,607,112 shilling. With the second payment of the amount I have mentioned, Right Honorable Speaker, being made after 6 days from the first installment, the second installment lacked supporting documents. Right on of Uganda shilling 365,153,874 shilling was awarded to the company I mentioned with a completion date of 23rd May 2021. But 2 extensions were made, with the last one ending on 30th June 2022. 2, the works are still at foundation level. The materials are on site, though a total of 94% payment was made to the contractor. Number 3, the first payment of 20% was given as advance payment, and the accounting officer regretted making the second payment and therefore requested the committee to allow him correct the error by allowing the contractor finish the work in 3 months. Number 4, the project was stalled by the land in question, which is owned by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the district was waiting for a swap of land titles. However, the soil analysis was done and the report recommended what was needed to for the works to reinforce the structure, and the design was also reviewed. Number 5, the contractor has been elusive with no efforts to complete the project. The committee observed that 1, there was no structure on the ground as the works ended at foundation excavation level despite full payment. 2, the district did not have full ownership of the land where the project was sited. 3, the district did not do due diligence in planning and siting for the project, thus putting the project in an area not suitable. 4, the contract was awarded to the contractor who quoted the lowest amount than what the project would require to complete. Therefore, the execution of the project as planned was not possible right from the start. 5, the first advance payment was justified, but the second payment of Uganda shilling 255,607,112 shilling was paid in total disregard of the law, with the possibility of connivance and a few days before the end of the contract. Number 6, the engineer recommended for payments to be made despite withdrawing from the project due to the irregularities. Number 7, there was no justification for extension of the contract, which also expired in June. Number 8, that attracts 20% of the outstanding balance of the contract sum. And number 9, Right Honorable Speaker, making good the contract is not realistic, considering that there is no valid contract. The committee therefore recommended the following. 1, the accounting officer who approved the transaction and all the officers involved be held personally liable. 2, the accounting officer for the year under review makes good the loss and ensure that Uganda shilling 328,637,887 shilling is deposited on the government account by 12th of October 2022. Number 3, the permanent secretary minister of local government takes immediate disciplinary action. Number 4, based on the conduct of the company, PPDA should carry out a thorough assessment on its conduct with a view of blacklisting this company. And number 5, the committee recommends that Mr. Joel Musisi, the then accounting officer, be investigated with the view of possible prosecution. Under vote 557, Butaleja District Local Government, and this has a qualified opinion. And under that, query number 1 is unsupported adjustment. The audit report noted that the opening balance in the statement of equity was adjusted by Uganda shilling 631,011,062 shilling. However, the documents and schedules supporting the adjustment were not availed for verification. The committee observed that there was no supporting document to justify adjustment, thus following. 1, the accounting officer should be held liable for failure to perform his duty. 2, the accounting officer desist from such practices that contravenes the provisions of the law. Under query number 2, unaccounted for expenditure. The audit report noted that a total of Uganda shilling 107,524,840 shilling was advanced to officials to carry out various activities but remain unaccounted for. The accounting officer took responsibility for weaknesses in advancing money to staff beyond the financial year and explained that the money was advanced for administrative activities like trainings and submission of accountability delayed. The committee observed the following. 1, the accounting officer breached regulation 43.2 of the local government finance and accounting regulations 2007, which requires accountabilities to be retired within 1 month. 2, the list of recipients of these advances was not provided to the committee for scrutiny. And 3, payments to Genena General Enterprises Limited for construction of a house in Butaleja day. The committee therefore recommended the following. Number one, the sum of Uganda shilling 107,524,840 shilling advance to the officers be recovered from the respective officers by 30th of September 2022. The police should carry out investigations into the conduct of Genena General Enterprises and the district officials involved with a view of possible prosecution. 3, the committee recommends that PPDA investigates Genena General Enterprises with a view of possible blacklisting. Under query 3, Right Honorable Speaker, implementation of capital works. And this is particularly in line with the failure to deliver the desired quantities and specifications of ICT equipment to Nakwasi Seed Secondary School under the Education Department. Right Honorable Speaker, the district contracted MS Masaka Agricultural Dealers Enterprises Limited to supply ICT equipment, science kits and chemical reagents to Nakwasi Secondary School, Seed Secondary School, at a contract sum of Uganda shilling 207,490,000 shilling. And out of which 193,636,000 had been paid to the contractor, and the audit found out the following. Right Honorable Speaker, we have indicated the findings of the audit, and let me go to the committee observation. The committee observed that the contractor was paid more money than what he had delivered, and the equipments were less than what was ordered for. Number 2, it was irregular for a contractor to deliver items after working hours, therefore prohibiting the district officials from verifying whatever was delivered. The district paid the contractor almost 100% of the sum, the total sum, despite the shortfall in the items delivered. And the committee provided the following recommendation. 1, the committee recommends that the police investigates the accounting officer involved in the transaction, the district education officer, and the responsible staff at the Ministry of Education and Sports for these gross irregularities. Number 2, the contractor be held liable for contravening contractual obligations and defrauding government. Number 3, are delivered in line with the specification of the contract. Under query number 2.2, Right Honorable Speaker, is the construction of OPD at Bingo L Center 2 under DDEG. And this looks at delayed completion of civil works. Again, Right Honorable Speaker, we have provided details of the audit. Go to page 14 of the executive summary document. The accounting officer went further to explain that the concerned contractor were called to put right all the defects, and those who did not comply were arrested. However, 95% of payment was made depending on the certificates issued from the user department. Right Honorable Speaker, inspection was done and the contractor was asked to complete. Unfortunately, they never complied with that. I will then take you to our observation as a committee. Number 1, the contractor was paid 95% of the contract sum before completion of work, leaving only 5% as retention, which is paid after the defect liability period. Number 2, this payment was irregular and contrary to procurement laws. The committee therefore recommended the following. The police to investigate the officers who were responsible for this project, and these officers include the accounting officer, the engineer, district engineer, internal auditor, CFO, and the DHO, with a view of possible prosecution. Number 2, the accounting officer should ensure that the contractor meets his contractual obligation. And 3, the accounting officer should desist from transactions that cause financial loss to government. Under query 3, Right Honorable Speaker, it looks at payment of unexecuted works. The contractor had been paid a total sum of 131,969,535 shilling out of the contract price of 138,915,299, contrary to the conditions of the contract signed, and works were not complete. Apparently, the amount paid was equivalent to full contract price, excluding the 5% retention. The accounting officer explained that the works were implemented towards the end of the financial year, thus the fear of money being swept back to the consolidated fund. The advice was that a bank guarantee is got on condition that the bank releases the money after completion of funds. However, there were no certificates against the payment. And the committee observed the following. One, the contractor had been paid 95% of the contract sum before completion of works, contrary to the requirements of the procurement laws. Two, payments were made without certificates. Recommendations. One, the accounting officer and all the officers involved in this project be held personally liable, and the police should carry out investigation with a view of possible prosecution. Two, the accounting officer should ensure that the completion of this project as planned and in line with the contractual specifications. Under query 3, construction of a general ward at Budumba Health Center 3 under PHC. MS Metex Uganda Limited was contracted to construct a general ward $24,587,733 shilling had been paid to the contractor with expected completion date of 30th June 2021. By the close of the financial year, it was found that one, actually the work was at Walling State. Two, unexecuted works included roofing, fixing of windows, doors, plastering, floor finishing, ceiling works, furniture fittings, and all those as indicated in the document. The site had long been abandoned by the contractor, and also there was no project signpost describing the nature of works, source of funding, employer, contractor, project manager, and so on. The committee observed the following, and actually the observations are not different from the previous query, which I just talked about. Under 3.3, construction of a 2-classroom block with an office and store at Busolwe Township Primary School under SCD. MS Dalakt Investment Limited was contracted to carry out the construction of 2-classroom block with an office and store at Busolwe Township Primary School at the contract sum of 61,891,755. By close of the financial year, Uganda shilling 227,390 shilling had been paid with a planned completion date of 30th April 2021. Inspection revealed poor quality of windows installed on the building, and at least 13 windows could not even open or close. Poorly constructed floor and veranda with glaring cracks and concrete slabs at the front door were poorly fixed. The accounting officer acknowledged the observation made from the inspection and explained the circumstances related to those as payment. Again, the reasons the accounting officer gave was that they made full payment because they feared money would go back to the consolidated fund. And the observations are not different from what we gave under, again, the two other queries I mentioned. I will take you to query 3.3, construction of 2 classroom blocks with an office and store at Busaba Project Primary School under SCD. NV Engineering Consult Limited was contracted to carry out the construction of a 2 classroom block with an office and store at Busaba Project Primary School at a contract price of 61,919,390 shilling. By year end, Uganda shilling 59,200,570 shilling had been paid to the contractor with an extended completion date of 30th June 2021. By close of the financial year, inspection found out that the contractor used iron sheets that were not in line with the specification. He used 30, gauge 30 instead of 28. Also, there was poorly constructed floor and the veranda, it cracks and all that. Again, not different from the previous one. The committee observed, our observation is again, not different from the previous observations and the same recommendations. Query 4, routine mechanized maintenance of Botaleja Sone Luamboga Road measuring 5.6 kilometers. The district undertook routine mechanized maintenance of the road I mentioned, totaling to 5.6 kilometers at a cost of Uganda shilling 15,275,190 during the fourth quarter of the financial year 2020-2021. Physical inspection revealed the following: lack of meter drain on the road, which left the side drains are flooded on rainy days. And for purposes of time, colleagues, you could just look through the bullets. And the committee observed the following: the road works was in the works were incomplete, and there was also generally poor workmanship. And the recommendation of the committee is not different from what we provided in the previous projects under the same entity. Number 4.1 is routine mechanized maintenance of Nabigande Leresi Town Council Road, measuring 5.5 kilometers. The district undertook routine mechanized maintenance of 5.5 kilometers along Nabigande Leresi Town Council Road at a cost of Uganda shilling 16,156,450 shilling during the fourth quarter of the period under review, and it was found that gravel was heaped up in some of the sections of the road. Culverts had not been installed on the road as planned, and this left the road susceptible to flooding and erosion. The committee observed that the road work was incomplete and there was poor workmanship. Again, I refer you to the previous recommendation I provided. Number 4.2, routine mechanized maintenance of Doho Namulo Road, which is 4 kilometers. Again, here, the road was costed at 11,750,150, and you can go through the details of what was done. The committee observation and our recommendations are not different from the previous one I provided, because all were not complete and poor workmanship. Number 4.3, routine manual maintenance of Nalosaga Town Council to Kanyenya Road, 5.3 kilometers. Here, a total sum of 446,000 was spent, was planned to be used. And again, our finding was that the road was not, the work was not complete, and there was poor workmanship, and the recommendations are not different from what we provided earlier on. Number 5.0, Right Honorable Speaker. This looks at lack of contract management plans and reports. A review of 10 procurement files of contracts, for contracts worth Uganda shilling 658,614,057 shilling revealed that the files lack contract management plans and contract management reports. Committee observation. The committee noted that the district did not have evidence on their preparedness to comply with the law in the subsequent procurements. Committee recommended the following. The committee recommended that the accounting officer should ensure that there is compliance with the PPDA requirements and guidelines. And I'll take you to vote 503, which is Arua District Local Government. Query 1, overpayment of gratuity. The audit report revealed variances between the amounts on the payroll and payments to individual pensioners, leading to overpayment of Uganda shilling 17,088,304 shilling. The accounting officer regretted the anomaly and informed the committee that the pensioner in question has since committed to refund the money as per the recovery schedule. Committee observations. The committee observed the following. 1, the principal human resource officer was asked to institute recoveries but did not comply with the accounting officer's directives. 2, a monthly deduction of Uganda shilling 200,000 was the final recovery would be made in 2030, which would take 8 years. 3, there was sheer negligence by the principal human resource officer, thus causing financial loss to government. The committee therefore recommended that 1, the principal human resource officer who initially refused to implement the accounting officer's directive to initiate the recovery make good the loss and ensures full recovery by 12 December 2020. 2, the principal human resource officer be held liable for insubordination. 3, the accounting officer should ensure full recovery of funds as recommended by the committee. Now, query number 2, Right Honorable Speaker, is salary payment of non-existent employees. The audit report revealed that Uganda shilling 10,115,392 shilling was paid to 15 staff that neither appeared on the IPPS payroll register, nor at the necessary documentation in their personal files to support their existence. The accounting officer explained that out of the 15 staff, 14 files were for employees who were transferred their services to Madiokolo district, and the other staff is suspected to have transferred services to Terego district, although the file had not been retrieved. The staff were wrongly coded under Arua district local government. Committee observation. Out of 14 files presented, only 4 files were cleared as genuine payments. Number 2, the said staff were irregularly paid since they ceased to be employees of Arua district local government. 3, there was negligence as the Human Resource Department did not do due diligence in handling the payment process of these non-existent employees. The committee recommends the following. 1, the accounting officer should liaise with the said districts where the officers are said to have transferred their services with a view of recovering the said funds of the 11 employees. 2, the accounting officer and all officers involved in this irregular payment should be reprimanded. Under query 3, implementation of approved budget. And under that, 9.1, failure to adjust the Arua district local government budget following creation of new local governments. The audit report noted the following. The initial budget of Uganda shilling 98 billion was approved for implementation by the district in the financial year 2020-2021. Following creation of Terego district local government and Arua city, the two received supplementary budget totaling to Uganda shilling 23 billion 800,000 shilling, and Uganda shilling 26 billion 300 million. The first one is 23 billion 800 million, and the second one 26 billion 300 million respectively. And parts of the fund were from the initial approved budget for Arua district local government. The budget of Arua district local government was not adjusted following the issuance of the supplementary budgets to the new local governments, leading to some activities being undertaken by Arua district local government instead of the new local government entities. The accounting officer explained that following the adjustment of the boundaries of the district, guidance was sought from the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and the Minister of Local Government, but they did not receive any response or instruction guiding them on how the budget could have been adjusted. 2, the accounting officer said the entity implemented the activities as per the original approved budget, work plan, and performance contract signed by the accounting officer. However, the budgets were adjusted afterwards. The committee observed the following. The accounting officer did not take into consideration the instruction given by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on adjusting the budget. 2, at the time of creation of the new administrative entities of Arua City and Terego, Arua District Local Government had running contracts which needed to be completed before handover. Recommendations. 1, the accounting officer works closely with the new administrative entities for successful completion of the project that were already under construction. 2, Arua District Local Government should seek guidance from PPDA on transfer of the projects that are still at design stage or planned projects that have not yet commenced. The directive issued by the Ministry of Finance. Right Honorable Speaker, before I move, we have attached as a committee details of recoveries that have been made from Arua, Luero, and Kabale district local government. We have recovered, recoveries have been made totaling to Uganda shilling 153 million 266,609. These are recoveries that have been made. And Right Honorable Speaker, just as I stated, and in the interest of time, honorable colleagues will be able to find details as indicated in the main document. With that, Right Honorable Speaker, I now beg to move that this report be adopted by this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. I gave you over 40 minutes, and I want to thank you for the job well done, because this is oversight, which is a very important function of this House. Clerk, ensure that the full report is captured on the Hansard, so that in future, whoever is reading the Hansard is able to follow. the record. You just don't capture what the chair said. Colleagues, when you look through this report, I'm not an auditor, but you ask yourself how districts like Kabong and Arua managed to get an unqualified opinion with such issues. You know, how? It's such a glaring issue. How did you get an unqualified opinion? None of us will explain to you what an unqualified opinion is in terms of audit. Then also, right Honorable Prime Minister, we have an issue. As a way, when recommendations sometimes are made, the only punishment or punitive measure instituted against an accounting officer is a transfer to another district, which is sometimes better, which is more wet compared to where they were stealing when it was dry. Now they are taken to wet ones to just grab, you know? So really, Right Honorable Prime Minister, this is going to be your first one to handle. We have shown you, and this is from the report of the Auditor General, who is an office of government, appointed by the government and an office of this house. So these are not issues of Honorable Mapendus and colleagues. These are issues raised by the Auditor General of government. Then I've seen in the report, when I was reading through the report, Chairman, and Chairman, you should have sat in front. I might call you to answer some issues. Why do we recommend police to investigate? Why not the IGG, whom we can hold responsible here? He's an officer of this house. Because these are glaring cases where you show someone received paid salaries against ghost employees. Someone paid 100% when there is no work on the ground. Now police, which is in their criminal things and all that, we have agencies for corruption that are clearly known. Why don't we refer to? I would propose, colleagues, that we refer to the IGG, and then we shall require the report of the IGG to come back here showing us two of our rules of procedure, allow this report to be debated. I will allow 30 minutes, but colleagues, we shall use 2 minutes. No, one or two maximum, so that I can pick many of you, and then the Minister of Local Government and Chairperson are able to respond to issues coming up. Procedure?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm standing on a matter of procedure relating to our Rule 34, where the report is a representation of the work of the entire committee. But the report we were sharing had only one signature. Yes, we are not sure whether it is a representation of the entire committee. So, Right Honorable Speaker, what he was sharing with us.
No, Honorable Member, the Chair made it very clear that this is an executive summary of the report. And I said the report is here.
Uploaded.
Okay?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah. So please, it was. Please ensure that indeed the full report is uploaded on the system. Okay? Chairperson is next time upload the full report. Now, there are persons I wanted to see standing up. Like Honorable Agnes Apea, a former chairperson of Local Government Finance Commission, but I'll first speak Honorable Tibasimwa. I'm looking for former local government leaders. Honorable Bigaros. No, let me first speak here, then I'll come here. Don't mind. Honorable Bigaros. Honorable Adrico. Okay. Martin. Akiki. But Chairman, for you, Chairman, you haven't brought my report, so I shouldn't pick you today. You first bring me my reports, which I'm demanding. Sorry, and the Honorable Ruth? Yes.
Thank you.
Let's do maximum.
Thank you.
We are around.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Maximum
My name is Joram Tubasima. I represent all the persons of Western Uganda. And as you rightly pointed out, I worked with the local government. in Bushenyi. There are a few issues I have picked. One, ring fence the district, but the district commission is a very bad practice, and this one spreads across so many local governments. Two, the release of from the center in many cases comes late, and this one results into unuse of it.
Rose.
Thank you so much. I like to address myself to the issue of the return of money for paying teachers. For record purpose, I was once a deputy speaker in Arua District Local Government. And for Terego, I would kindly request for exoneration. Reasons: the appointment of the District Local Government Service Commission was delayed because of political intrigue. Because say some of the members were opposition, they didn't have papers, but these were people of Terego having money of Arua district and uncompleted projects. Honestly, I don't know why the committee has recommended that Arua district should go and complete projects in Terego. The evidence has shown that projects being done by Arua now in Terego are really in shoddy state. I request you allow Terego to be responsible.
Adrico?
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yeah. My name is Adrico Yovan, represent people of our constituents, Arua District. Yes, Honorable Speaker, first I want to congratulate this committee of local government led by my brother, Honorable Mapinduz. It is true, Honorable Speaker, I've always stayed with you about the issue of Arua District. Today, the truth has come out. Then my prayer is, one, how we are going to recover this money from those people who embezzle our money from the district must be a immediate effect, because Arua district has lost a lot of money. We are suffering on the ground there. People are now facing a lot of problems, poor road status and other activities. So I request this committee can take notes. Then all money which have been embezzled from Arua district must be recovered.
Mazari.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, page number 4, that is item 3. There's a mix-up between observations and recommendations in numbering. I think there should be a correction on that. Secondly, if you go to the recommendations as numbered, number 4, they've talked about develop guidelines for timeliness of this commission. Right Honorable Speaker, this one is already there, but what is missing out, I think, is effective monitoring of the service commission, because what we have as a challenge, I've ever worked as a district councillor and a secretary finance at the district. Right Honorable Speaker.
Onzima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your report is ready. It shall be uploaded today.
Tomorrow we will don't order paper. Upload it
Mr.
today.
Speaker, sir, I wish I was given like 3 or 5 minutes as a chairperson to.
Chair, this report will come to your committee. You'll handle from there.
It's okay. Mr. Speaker, the initial idea was that most of these services are decentralized. Ministry of Local Government and other ministries are supposed to supervise the activities of these lower local governments. But most of these accountability challenges are emanating from the center. Most of these projects are being carried out by the ministries. Most times they say, for them, they go and provide oversight and the rest, but that's not the actual fact on ground. That's why most of these accounting officers that have challenges are being moved from one.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Within my 1 minute, I want to comment on the issue of delayed access to pension payroll. I know that this is an executive summary, but I would have loved to look at the details so that we know accounting officers are giving. We have so many people, pensioners down there, who have to make so many trips all over the country, coming to Kampala, going back to the district over and over, and for so many years without receiving justice. And I request that let this be taken as one serious bit so that we can be able to answer the questions that are coming from the pensioners. I thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I've read the summary of the committee, and it has been well elaborated. Right Honorable Speaker, my comment is about the ring-fencing of the position at the districts. Right Honorable Speaker, this has come about because of the nepotism at the district by the District Service Commission. These people normally employ people of their own, or either people who campaign for them. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of the regional districts, the Regional Service Commission should quickly be looked into, so the issue of the District Service Commission come to an end, because it's practicing a lot of nepotism. Right Honorable Speaker, the contracts of these days are being awarded to themselves, to themselves, the people who award the contracts, but in different names. Right Honorable.
Hakiki.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, Dr. Simi Florence Akiki, Masin District. Thank you very much for the report. The issue I'm raising is the issue of contractors. I don't know how these contractors are chosen, but they are becoming a big problem. Either the technical people are conniving with the contractors. So I'm of the view that most of these contractors should be blacklisted. Then the army, that is the UPDF brigade, should take over construction of these projects. I beg to submit.
Itungo, then Max Ochai, then Kaun.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Itungo Nathan, MP Gashar South. Chair, I want to make the first observation in your report. You have mentioned about the pay that some political leaders don't deduct. You need to come out who are those ones, councillors, what? Otherwise, the word political leaders may remain vague. Number two, Honorable Speaker, is about the ghosts. This issue of ghosts seems to be a cross-cutting issue in most of the ministries, where you find you have ghost work, teachers, ghost soldiers, ghost etc. Now they have come in local government. Right Honorable Speaker, I would agree with you that we need to use the office of the IGG such that we can do away with these ghosts. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Max Ochai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the committee for the report. One observation, the observation is on low absorption of funds released to the districts. And in here, the report actually observes that one of the factors responsible for that is either absence of district service commissions or malfunctioning district service commissions. When I look at the methodology adopted, much as they look at the local governments, no attention was paid to consulting with the minister responsible for local government service. And yet, in His Excellency, the President's note one time, he indicated that one of the key bottlenecks to growth and development of Uganda is non-responsiveness of the public service. And in that regard, therefore, I was expecting in the recommendation that they would factor in.
Kaunde.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to make a comment on underperformance of WEP and Youth Livelihood Program funds being underperforming because of low recovery. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I want the government to come out clearly and make it clear to the people if this money is a political gift or it is for paying back. If it is for paying back, they should put in place legislative framework to enable or to compel everyone pay back. Otherwise, as it is now, some of our people are obliging and paying back, others are not paying back. So which one is which? Because as it is now, there is no penalty. Which one should we tell our voters? Should they oblige and pay back, or should they access these funds and just use them as political gift? Right Honorable.
Pachuto.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to quickly comment on the revenue leakage at the lower government levels. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a clear demonstration of lack of effective internal controls, which to me, I think, Right Honorable Speaker, is due to the thin staffing of the audit or internal audit function at the district level, despite the increasing workload as we get new administrative units, sub-counties. They have to audit schools, they have to audit sub-counties, they have to audit town councils. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would have loved to hear in the report the committee recommending for an increase in the number of internal audit staff and so that they can perform their functions better. I thank you. Right.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Important that we find out all these challenges. The committee has discovered incomplete work. Somewhere they have not done anything. And these are contractors. The challenge is that these people come to districts and they don't want even to disclose their BOQs. They underlook the people at the district. In that case, therefore, I propose that the Prime Minister directs all contractors to always disclose their POQs to the district and other leaders in the country, because those are public documents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the report revealed that over 38 billion was returned to the consolidated fund because of failure to recruit teachers and also procure Therefore, I expected the committee to make sure that they whip these officers that have not done their mandate. I also wonder, Right Honorable Speaker, I need clarity. Where does this money that goes to the consolidated fund, how is it treated during the budgeting process? Because I wonder what that money does. Then lastly, page 19, routine maintenance for Nalubale at 446,000. I can't imagine a.
That's Vutareja.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I add my voice to thank the committee for the comprehensive report.
MPs who have spoken, please.
What has been mentioned about Taleja district, it is true. We are facing a major problem on the local government side. Recoveries are going to be very difficult. Why? Most of the technocrats are the ones who are having outside companies, and they're the ones being awarded the works at the district. So the recovery of the money is going to be very difficult. Supposed to be doing. They are not choosing the right people in the right places with the right qualification. So when they award people who are not qualified, meaning they are going to do show the work, and implementation of government programs is going to be very, very difficult. How I wish the committee would come out with a more better action plan to take the accounting officers to court or face the law.
You see, colleagues, if this happens in your constituency, if it's one of your districts, you have a taking interest. Okay, so that's why I picked Butareja. Let me complete the Butareja cycle because Butareja is one of the question districts. Honorable Mutembri. As I heard from Marua readers, now I need to see readers. If there's anyone from Kabong, they should also ensure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mutembuli Yusuf is my name. I represent the people of Bunyore East in Butareja district. I take this opportunity to thank the committee. And like my sister has rightly said, we have a lot of issues in that district. We have inherited a lot of issues, but we shall try our best and see how to address them. Right Honorable Speaker, there is this issue of acting officers who are acting. You find that like in Butareja, Right Honorable Speaker, from 2006 to date, we have never had any substantive Secretary Service Commission. You assign the duty for 1 or 2, 3, 5 months. If you don't perform to the best of one person, they assign another person. My recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker, is that let's direct all local governments that are having officers who are acting to ensure that within 6 months, they recruit substantive officers so that we can have services in the district.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, that's a very important recommendation we need to.
Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of these perennial office abusers, like if you look at the case of Kabong, this accounting officer in Kabong currently is in Kitugum. He was formerly in my district, but he's a troublesome man, and they are continuous. Now is under arrest, I think. So I think Ministry of Local Government should blacklist such a people, not just transferring problems.
Yeah,
Secondly, I want to say on the issue of ring-fencing positions, this is not a problem of the service commissions. It's a problem of the district political executives and the accounting officers. Like currently, up to the time this Joel left, Masindi municipality has never got a substantive inspector of schools because of games played by the accounting officers. This is a problem of the politicians and the accounting officers, not the service commission.
Joab, you raise a very important point. Right Honorable Prime Minister, recycling of thieves. Yeah, you know, you're not yet known here. So here they've known you. So go and steal now in Karamoja. From Karamoja, go to Kigezi. Why? That's institutionalization and of thieves. Okero?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, the chairperson. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would just like to first begin by recognizing what you recognize. How can Kabong, with the same story with Butaleja, Kabong as unqualified report and Butaleja as qualified report?
Kabong is even worse.
Number two, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have looked at the amount of money that was appropriated for roads. I am chairperson road committee. If you have a road 5 kilometers.
In the parliament?
No, in Noya district.
Okay.
If you have a be joking. Number three, and finally, Honorable Speaker, I did not see.
Suraj?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this tendency of paying conductors when they have not completed their work is something which is happening throughout the districts. There is a procedure where a work is supposed to be paid according to stages. Why are chief administrators officers not following that? Those chief administrators officers should be prosecuted for the wrong that they are doing because they don't add value for money. There's no value for money there. We are losing government money on contracts which are not supposed to be paid for. Thank you very much.
For market, Nachimuri Nyangweso. Kisa,
Thank you very much.
then Niva and
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would love to thank the chairperson and the committee for the good work. I actually attended one of their meetings. Per day is a hard to reach, hard to stay, hard to attract now workers to come in. This has affected head of departments getting employed in per day. For example, Right Honorable Speaker, the chairperson, LC5 per day, has no vehicle to use to control and manage the projects of the to move around the district. My prayer is, and I ask the Prime Minister if it's possible to see to it that per day gets a vehicle to help the LC5 and the cow. All the LC5s get vehicles to help them implement government programs.
thank you. Colleagues, on such reports, we don't have prayers, we have recommendations. You recommend. Prayers are for motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions and
And thanks to the committee for the work well done, Nachimuli Helen Karangara. Mr. Speaker, on page 7, they talked about performance of government programs and recoveries. Mr. Speaker, when local governments are given little money for operational costs, they will not do much work for the people. Service delivery needs a lot of money to be given to, especially island districts, not only Kalangala. Some time back, government sent bicycles to island districts to do service delivery, but we need boats and engines in our island districts for service delivery, much as we query local governments.
But the boats have where they stop and then you need bicycles.
No. Some islands, you don't need a bicycle. You need your feet to move.
Okay.
Yes, so from the district headquarters, you need a boat.
Nyangweso?
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, my name is Dennis Nyangweso. I represent Samia Central. I want to thank the committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, as you rightly observed, there has been a lot of over-reliance on financial audits. And when you look at the level of unqualified opinions on these financial audits and the report we are receiving from the committee, this is a paradox. I would suggest, Right Honorable Speaker, that we support the Office of the Auditor General to do more of the value for money audits, such that they can augment this. And we see, because the value for money or the reports will definitely speak to the facts on the ground. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
And this is what the PSST promised when he was coming to office. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, you need to share this with the Auditor General. We also, as presiding officers, we had received some of these complaints. Chairman Mapenduzi, remember that meeting we had? We want to have a meeting with the Auditor General. We want to get value for money. That's what is important. Honorable Mushemeza, and then Kisa, and Anif, and then I finish with Omar and Girion. Let's do quickly. Colleagues.
Yes, Mshemeze Raija Dickens, Shema County South. On the issue of rural revenue in local governments, I've observed that we may need to revisit the Public Finance Management Act, which in some respects undermines the principles of decentralization if we are to improve revenue collection. The second point on acting capacities is not only limited to local governments. During the budgeting process, I observed that ministries, departments, and agencies, including Kampala City Authority, people are in acting capacities for 2 years. So our directive should not be limited only to local governments, should also go to the ministries. Thank you very much.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, the issue of acting. Even the people. Now, people, you should only be acting if you qualify for a position. Why not give them position? Yes, sir?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of contractors across almost all districts is a serious problem, and it is costing government money and time. You find one contractor in a district having several government projects. And once he's given money from one project, he uses that money to work on the other project, and all of this work remain uncompleted and delayed. And I think, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee, I would recommend that also investigates on that matter. Why should one contractor be given several other projects in the same district doing the same work, the same financial year? Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Mukono, Lisa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is about the 74% of the expenditure of that financial year, leaving 26% taken back to the consolidated fund, which is an equivalent of 38 billion. My concern is when it's taken back to the consolidated fund, how does Ministry of Finance explain, because it is already taken back to the consolidated fund, and yet some of the programs are not yet completed. So I want some explanation on that situation. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. For evil to thrive, you need one ingredient: good men and good women to do nothing. Parliament is not a house of lamentation. Mr. Chair, sir, I really wanted to hear from you that as a result of finding money having paid to full scale, and there was not even a foundation, or there was only foundation, the people responsible CPS, because we can't continue like this as a country. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is what in the modern world called intermediary. What we're handling right now is post-mortem. That no longer works anywhere in the world. We should have about maybe 5 months and then on the progress to save money, government money. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My observation is on the one regarding the funds being consolidation fund on the basis of Minister of Education failing to recruit teachers. Right Honourable Speaker, there is one big problem. I've interacted with the commissioners of education. They've said they have been appointing headmasters and teachers, but most of the what they call the foundation bodies. I just want to ask the Right Honourable Prime Minister, have we abdicated the responsibility of running Ministry of Education to the churches? Because these commissioners appoint headmasters, appoint teachers, but they're rejected on the account of their faith. Of faith. So are we abdicated our responsibilities to
Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the chairperson and his committee for the report. I want to comment on the hybrid procurement. The hybrid procurement bleeds responsibility for no or. In the local governments, they think the responsibility to monitor these contracts, to look at the work done at the sites, is a responsibility for the ministry. So the local leaders and the technical people tend to shy away, which bleeds to the kind of shoddy work we find in the respective countries. I therefore recommend that there is a thorough review of the hybrid procurement method. And also, importantly, we need to take a keen interest in districts and ministries issuing consultation of shoddy work. There is need.
Honorable Namganza.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable colleagues, I recommend that we really strengthen the IGG office. But still, under local government, as RDC, we had Wulga, where central government officials attended a meeting on corruption. And the accusation was that local governments are more corrupt. And the local governments were saying the center is more corrupt, that they tell us to send back. Now, when we continue with this kind of corruption is there, they say corruption comes from there, we shall not achieve anything. I think the issue is to have close monitoring of these funds, to know whether it's someone from the center instructing to embezzle funds, we get him or her. If it's from local government, we get them. Otherwise, it will be business as usual, because this debate has been on for long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you wondered whether, with all the observations made, the Auditor General was right or wrong to give the unqualified opinion. Mr. Speaker, important to note is that these are financial audits, and the basis of the opinion is basically on compliance with the general compliance with the law and the best practice. And if there are no material departures in the financial statements, the Auditor General comes up with the unqualified opinion. There is a member who said that we need to move from financial audits to value for money audits.
Conclude, Honorable Minister.
I think this is where emphasis should be. And also, considering the current circumstances, Parliament should interest in itself in doing real-time audits. Monitor the project as it is going on. Don't wait for the project to end and then you begin doing postmortem. Thank you.
Committee chairpersons, you've heard. Honorable Minister of Local Government. Honorable colleagues, this financial year, we have facilitated you to move. Please move on the ground.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I concur with the findings of the committee because those are the same findings we are finding, and we are seriously taking action. For example, it's true there is pointing of fingers knowingly, because there is no excuse that a contract is centrally given, a district engineer should not supervise. He's paid for that. I found a problem at Kiruhura, where all the money to complete a project of 1.7 billion was paid at a single go, and unfortunately the contractor died 2 weeks later in an accident. So the cow is on interdiction, but we are also cheated by the judiciary in such a
Honorable Minister Switcher.
I don't see why a case would take a month even for someone who signed, authorized the money. He would be put in and his property is confiscated, but the case is still lagging. We interdicted the district education officer, the principal signatory, but up to now, there is nothing made. So this problem must be handled squarely, each ministry complementing the other. Because these shorter schools being built, the seed schools, the engineers of the Ministry of Education are paid for monthly monitoring. What do they monitor when the shadow work is going on? I'm on record, Right Honorable, and compelling the district to complete all the furniture because they had said the contractor is dilly-dallying, let's take it up. I have refused up to date. They are now at 90% facilitation. We have also acted as Minister of Local. Everything is pushed to local government, but I want to tell you that public service is part of the irregular recruitments, but as local government, we have spearheaded in actions. We have nullified all the appointments irregularly made to the parish chiefs in Kagadi. Same in Kamwenge, where the human resource officer had migrated all the teachers, taken their 3 million, and forced them to keep waiting for the 100 million of PDM. We forced them back and put the human resource in jail. We have gone to interdict the former Deputy Kao of Kagadi, who irregularly recruited 75 teachers. And this is syndicated thieving. That's why we must wake up for all the ministries to complement the Ministry of Local Government. Who puts these teachers on the payroll? The Ministry of Public Service. And every 3 months, they were alternating the correct teachers with the shoddy ones. We have arrested the cow of Untoroko hardly last week, and I will be there on this Saturday to nullify all the 500 appointments. So as local government, we need supplementary effort. Even you members of parliament, don't wait to bring matters here on the floor. Act in your own district. If you went there after hearing all that and put the cow to task and called for an emergency meeting, all these problems wouldn't be maturing. But the moment you wait to bring everything on the floor, inform me.
You
Yeah,
see,
yeah, inform me.
Honorable Minister, this is my time, please. I don't have much time. So I don't have, but since you are out the member, let her give you information.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
But be brief.
Right Honorable Speaker, as I speak to you now in this house, Right Honorable Speaker, the cow of Kitgum District is in custody for mismanagement of parish development model. Right Honorable Speaker, the same cow was transferred from Kabong, and it was alleged that it was interdicted. Right Honorable Speaker, the same cow was transferred to Kitgum. And right now, the payment of salaries for the public servants in Kitgum, 2 months down the road is pending, has not been handled. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to let the minister know that sometimes the steps which are taken are that the steps taken are implemented and followed up by the ministry so that these officers don't go back door and get back to work and again continue with the same mess they've created. I thank you.
Yeah.
Very good information. Where truth is, I always say it. So I want to assure you that as a person now who is in charge of workers, I'm not resting. Please give me information on time. Whether it's ministry originated, I will do what is possibly humanly possible to sit with my senior and we take action. We want to give room to our civil servants to take action and we are blamed. I want to give you an example of syndicated thieving, which you must also look out for. These officers overpay certain institutions and then they go back to ask for money. It's true. I'll give you a case on point in Fort Portal City. An acting treasurer has been paying in excess of 40 million, 50 million, 13 million, 25 million throughout the year. And today I went to look for these officers in the Ministry of Finance to give me the release which was given. How could someone in normal senses pay excess regularly in Q1, Q2, Q3? I'm ready to take them on, trust me. Members of Parliament, let you give me the list of the monies that you sent, and I find these people just joking around, overpaying and going back to share the money. We should take them on and we need your support, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, I concur with the committee and we should make a parliamentary resolution about the tendering of hybrid. I have a case I'm handling. Someone was given a secondary school for Ntoroko, for Bundibujo, for Bunyangabu Kiyombia Secondary, for Kabarole St. Paul's Seed Kasenda. How can this person would have been completed in 2020 March? They are still dilly-dallying. So let's join hands. When there is a problem in Kabongo, let's go as a team, complement one another, put these people in jail, and compel judiciary to take action, not taking such a long time when they are paid money. They have all the judges, they have all the magistrates, and partly they are the cause of why this is taking place. I want to promise this house that the issue of transferring culprits end today. Mark my words, I have ever risen it in the ministry. I'm on record having shared that with my senior. And it's really thieving, transporting a thief from one station to another. I promise we are going to end that.
Thank you.
Now on revenue collection, I want to assure you that lousy local government staff are the cause. I went and commissioned a road machine in Nansana municipality, where the revenue was collected, saved, and they bought their own grader. This can happen everywhere. So the nonsense must stop. Let's take the bull by the horn, whatever they say, and we put these people to book. Now I'm supposed to go to Arua. I'm supposed to go to Maracha. I'm coming for them, and please support me to have them arrested and sentenced.
Thank you.
I rest my case.
Colleagues, that's our colleague, Honorable Victoria Rusoke, woman MP for Porto City, and Minister of Kabarore District, and Minister of State for Local Government. Honorable Minister, we shall hold you accountable by your word. Okay? So, and this takes you to what I talked about. Why police? When we have IGG, you know, let's use those who can bite. The police is having a lot of work. Let's work with, I'm referring to those who are provided for in the law, but they have others which support, like State House and corruption, and all those Chairman.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Just to very quickly make few clarifications and also respond to a few things. But before that, Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to very sincerely thank members of the committee for having, for the sacrifice. We have a team of very passionate members of parliament on this committee. And we have been able to traverse the entire country. And just as we are presenting this report, the audit report covered about 139 entities. These are just 14 that we have presented, and the rest will be able to present as soon as possible. And Right Honorable Speaker, the members have demonstrated a lot of commitment, and I want to thank them. But there are a few things that you touch on, and we take note of your advice, sir. But let me just quickly get back on 2 or 3 things. Number one, just as the Honorable Minister put it, Right Honorable Speaker, there is a big problem with U-Gift projects, and we have indicated that in the implementing this project, construction of schools, the seed secondary schools and health facilities. We have also recommended in the big document that we have provided for members. Honorable Speaker, unless we, just as we recommended, unless we put a total ban on this approach, the hybrid procurement method, the problem we have found is that the contractors that are given these projects are majorly sent to the districts by the ministries. So they are dictated upon. And the districts do not have options of opening up. And so lists of contractors are sent, and those are the contractors selected from among them and given contract. They're extremely big-headed. They don't respect the districts. And then you find one company doing, and they don't listen to the districts. So we have provided those recommendations. So we agree with the minister. The other thing, Right Honorable Speaker, that is important to mention is just like Honorable Kisa put it. Honorable Speaker, if we don't act tough, not only on local governments, but also on officials at central government level who interfere with the works of local government, we are not likely to give services to the citizens of this country. The other question that was put, and I would like to inform members, a member raised a concern whether the main report is available. This report has been uploaded for more than a week. You can check and you have them. It's a big report of about 132 pages. Right, Honorable Speaker, the other question was about political leaders. Chairpersons and members of the district executive committees, and also the LC3 chairpersons and municipal council and city leaders. So these are the political leaders we are talking about. And finally, a member said there is already a guideline that should ensure the functionality of the District Service Commission. We agree. But Right Honorable Speaker, we have indicated in our report where you find a district deliberately refuses to have members of the Service Commission. We will give you in the next report a district like, let me just give this as a, where the political leaders blatantly rejected for over a year. And so we are saying, what happens when the leadership of a district deliberately refuses to have members of the Service Commission? So we are saying there must be clear conditions that would subject districts to comply with these demands. Otherwise, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, this is a very good report. I want to thank the committee, chairperson and members for the job well done, and the minister for the strong commitment. Honorable Minister, this encourages us to do our work. You know, when we know we have your support and we are going to work with you. So we will give you support. I saw the Prime Minister was nodding. She was very happy. She will give you support where you need interministerial collaboration. So you will have to work together. Now, members, I want to put the question that the report of the Committee on Public Accounts, Local Government, on the report of the Auditor General for financial year 2020-2021 on districts of Kabong, Arua, Pader, Butareja, Ruwero, Karenga, Ntungamo, Kapchora, Isinjiro, Shema, Kawara, and Bushenyi, and the two municipalities of Bushenyi, Shaka, and Kabare be adopted by this House. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. Now, as per Rule 220 of our Rules of Procedure, Honorable Minister, I would expect an action taken report in 3 months, but I want to assign this to both the Minister for Local Government and the Minister of State for Ethics for purposes of IGG, working closely with you. That we have a very clear report. No, the Minister of Local Government will coordinate. The rest is the lead minister. But we wanted ethics to be involved because of the IGG component. Some of these actions are beyond.
Mr. Speaker, additionally, as Minister of Finance, we have an obligation to prepare a treasury memoranda arising from this report and bring it back to the House.
So, and the Minister of Finance is added. So 3, local government, finance, and ethics. Of course, Prime Minister, as the leader of government business, he will coordinate all this. Thank you. Honorable Minister, you had anything to add?
So I want to reaffirm, Right Honorable Speaker, that I love this job, and on Saturday will bear with me that I have already alerted them to be there, and I give my ultimatum to the district chairperson to appoint the district service commission within 1 month, not even 3 or 4.
Thank you.
And to officially nullify the 500 positions
Thank
that were illegally created.
So, Honorable Minister, your commitment means by the time the chairperson local governments back reports here, we shall be having a district service commission in Toroko. Now, colleagues, there is an item. The people from Uganda AIDS Commission have been seated here since morning. And I want the Prime Minister to listen to this report, because after the Prime Minister has a statement, which we talked about yesterday, and I want her to update the House with that statement. So item number 9.
Item 9, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on HIV/AIDS and related matters on the assessment of the impact of COVID-19 on HIV/AIDS service delivery in the country.
Chairperson, 15 minutes, please. 15 minutes. This report has been uploaded, so we've read through, go on observations and recommendations.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Before I go into the report, allow me, Right Honorable Speaker, lay on table the minutes of the committee while considering the report. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also of the report. Right Honorable Speaker, as you've ably guided, this is the report and AIDS and related matters on the assessment of the impact of COVID-19 on HIV/AIDS service delivery in the country. And I'll go straight, Right Honorable Speaker, to the findings. Right Honorable Speaker, during the engagement with Uganda AIDS Commission, the committee held meetings, and during our interactions, Right Honorable Speaker, we discovered that Uganda has made tremendous progress in combating the HIV and AIDS epidemic, with a reduction in new infections and HIV prevalence, and also HIV-related mortality over the 10 years. We also discovered, Right Honorable Speaker, that Uganda is among the 8 countries globally that have achieved the 90-90-90 targets by 2020. And here we mean that 90% of the people living with HIV and AIDS test and are aware of. Those who are tested are enrolled in care, and 90% of those, their viral load is suppressed. And those countries, Right Honorable Speaker, are listed there: Botswana, Cambodia, Denmark, Iceland, Singapore, Sweden, and the UK. However, Right Honorable Speaker, by the end of 2021, Uganda had an estimated population of 1.4 million persons living with HIV, and the related deaths had declined by 61% from 56,000 in 2010 to 22,000, and the new infections are declined from 60% from 94,000 to 38,000. However, Right Honorable Speaker, with the impact of COVID-19, the country has witnessed the surge of HIV infections from 38,000 to 44,000 in 2020. In addition to the above observation, Right Honorable Speaker, children and adolescents are lagging behind in regard to accessibility. And if HIV services, as such, their outcomes are poor compared to adults. The indicators for HIV prevention, diagnosis, treatment, coverage, retention, and viral suppression do not only have low coverage among the adolescents, but have also stagnated 5 years. Furthermore, it is important to note that 43% of pregnant adolescents and young women. The National HIV Strategic Plan target was to achieve 95, 95, 95. At least 95 of those who test HIV positive should be aware of their HIV status. And 95% should be enrolled on treatment and their viral load should be suppressed. The country is on track to achieve the targets, and by June 2021, you are knowing your status, 92% being on treatment and 84% was on suppression. However, we realize that there is need to strengthen the viral load services to match the demand. Right, Honorable Speaker, despite these achievements, the epidemic remains generalized as the heterogeneous across geographical, socioeconomic, demographic, population subgroups, implying that there are challenges that need to be addressed. Right, Honorable Speaker, we observed that HE, the president of this country, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, is still the champion when it comes to eliminate and the management of HIV and AIDS. And he has gone as far as launching the HIV Presidential Fast Track Initiative in ending HIV by 2030. Right, Honorable Speaker, also that the donor support over time has been declining, and we have lost crucial donors like the government of Ireland and Denmark, which were contributing to the HIV/AIDS basket fund. Currently, only the United States government through PEPFAR is still on board and provides approximately $400 million. Right, Honorable Speaker, the HIV/AIDS financing projections for 2020, 2021 to 2025, based on the National Strategic Plan, show a total need of United States 4.1 billion currently. Uganda AIDS Commission has commitments of US dollars 2.8 billion, leaving a funding gap of United States 1.3 billion. Government support towards the HIV response is at 8% only, with the donors at 84% and private sector contributing 84%. And right, Honorable Speaker, there are figures there detailing how much money has been released or how much money has been got in all the financial years. It is notable to highlight that funding to the Uganda AIDS Secretariat as the coordinator of the national response has been chronically low. For the last 3 financial years, Uganda AIDS Commission has been provided less than their requested annual budget of Ugandan shillings 25 billion. For instance, in financial year 2019-2020, Uganda AIDS Commission only received 7 billion out of 25 billion. In 2022-2021, Uganda AIDS Commission received 11 billion out of the 25. And this financial year, right, Honorable Speaker, 2020-2023, they are hopefully waiting to receive 15 billion for this year, leaving a gap of 10 billion for financial year 2022-2023. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee notes that donor funds have largely been used on vertical programs and not addressing challenges in the health system, such as recruitment of medical personnel, infrastructure development, increasing public awareness, and information dissemination, among others. The committee further observed that the financing gap of approximately 120 million US dollars in the financial year 2021-2022, up from 77 million in the financial year 2020-2021, closely relates with the current international financing trends. Reduction in donor funding is due to global trends and challenges in the global economy. Globally, priorities are changing, and our donors have been told they are now looking into handling issues of climate change and security. Right Honorable Speaker, domestically, Uganda's economic growth and progression into the middle income status means that its eligibility for grants will change, and the conditionalities such as co-financing will be introduced. Right Honorable Speaker, during our meetings, when we got this information from Uganda AIDS Commission, we invited the Minister of Health and the Minister of Finance. But to our disappointment, Right Honorable Speaker, Cabinet had a resolution and directed the Minister of Finance to initiate the amendment of the Uganda Revenue Authority Act to enable the Minister of Finance operate the HIV and AIDS Trust Fund. And according to the letter that we received, Right Honorable Speaker, from the Minister of Health, the Minister of Finance was requested to make sure that the 2% revenue collected from the commodities that were identified to fund the AIDS Trust Fund, which would total to about 20 billion, was to be collected and remitted to the AIDS Trust Fund to cater for the funding gap. However, Right Honorable Speaker, we received a letter from the Minister of Health that was written by the Minister of Finance to His Excellency the President, clearly indicating that he was not ready to get this money be put on the account for AIDS Trust Fund. And he indicated that this was not an emergency, and therefore the money will be collected through the normal budgeting process. But when you look at the way the budgets are being considered, it's going to take us many years to realize this money. And it is our fear that as Uganda moves to the middle income status, as hinted on by HE, we shall stop benefiting from grants that come from donors, and we shall be going into cost sharing. Right Honorable Speaker, if we are not prepared as a country, 1.4 million Ugandans who are living positively and surviving on these ARVs on daily basis will be hit, and we may start having challenges. And Right Honorable Speaker, you allow me lay a copy of this letter on table for the House consumption. Right Honorable Speaker, we are recommending that government should expedite the implementation of the AIDS Trust Fund strategy and provide guidance on how to support the processes to operationalize this fund. Government should also address the effects of donors' withdrawal to support the HIV interventions. Uganda AIDS Commission. A national health insurance scheme should be established to integrate all available external private and public providers. Right Honorable Speaker, 6.2 looks at the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the HIV interventions. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll go straight to A, which looks at the increase in new infections in the COVID-19 era. The committee established and noted that the HIV infection is among the general population increased from 38 to 54 in 2022. This is a big setback to the achievements that the country had registered. And we have highlighted the districts there showing the new prevalence rates. Right Honorable Speaker, the 54 cases of new infections recorded in the COVID-19 pandemic era.
54,000.
Yes, 54,000 cases of new infections recorded in the COVID-19 pandemic era are attributed to the disruptions in the HIV/AIDS service delivery. Government COVID-19 intervention measures that failed to integrate HIV/AIDS communication and services, and lack of access to private measures like voluntary testing and counseling, condom distribution, outreach services to the youth, among others. There was also, Right Honorable Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent guidelines disrupted the HIV/AIDS services, affecting the preventive and treatment components of HIV and AIDS. They also affected and reversed gains achieved under the 1990 campaign. The committee found out the following under the various components. There were no outreaches, Right Honorable Speaker. Overall, the COVID-19 pandemic.
Honorable Chair, we shall not continue like this. Can see the time. And the purpose of uploading a report, Ari. And I've seen most of you colleagues read when she's reading. That's culture, we cannot have it. That's why we upload Ari. Please, Honorable Chair, you have 5 minutes to conclude this.
Right Honorable Speaker, the recommendation is under failure to have outreach services. We recommend that we evaluate the effectiveness of the current HIV response strategies and identify gaps and address these gaps that have led to the increase in the new infection rates. The committee also recommends that government designs and implements an appropriate behavior change communication campaign to remind Ugandans that HIV and AIDS is still real. Right Honorable Speaker, we had disruption in counseling and testing services, and we are also recommending that HIV and AIDS services must remain crucial during and after COVID-19 or any other outbreak to mitigate the impact on HIV and AIDS prevention and control services in Uganda. There was a reduction in the condom uptake, and so we are saying the government should revamp the campaign to promote use of condoms by sensitizing the population about its effectiveness and an HIV prevention method. HIV focal persons should always be equipped with the most up-to-date data on HIV and AIDS. Right Honorable Speaker, prevention of mother-to-child transmission. This area was also affected greatly. And Right Honorable Speaker, according to the data that we received last week from UNAIDS, we have discovered that 6,000 babies were born during COVID-19 with HIV. Yes, in the 2 years. And this is the data that was released by UNAIDS about 2 weeks ago. Right Honorable Speaker, we are recommending that government should trace and test all children that were born between March 2020 and December 2021 saving therapy. The government should also continue and enroll the provisions of PMTCT services across the country. Right Honorable Speaker, the male medical circumcision was also affected during this time. And we are recommending that we relaunch the voluntary medical male circumcision across the country. And the committee urges the government to integrate the culture and or any other form of circumcision into the voluntary medical male circumcision. Right Honorable Speaker, in this area, allow me use 1 minute to elaborate or explain something why the committee feels that the culture form of circumcision should be integrated. I come from Bugisu sub-region, and in this area, Right Honorable Speaker, we do the cultural circumcision. Originally, we had issues with having 1 knife to circumcise many young boys. We fought this, and today, the theme is 1 knife for 1 young boy. The challenge we have right now, Right Honorable Speaker, in the region, 1 knife, 1 boy. Today, Right Honorable Speaker, I seek for your protection. And in this area,
Chair,
this is
you're
the,
protected.
thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am rushing so that we catch up with time.
Some of you I think who are laughing are not circumcised. So the campaign should start with Parliament, and the opposition chief whip can lead it. This is the chief Imbaru, you know. So, and we shall say done the job. So, Chair, continue.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this area, I am saying this as a very important point. We have achieved in having one knife for one young boy, but we still have a culture in the Bugiso sub-region, and my brother, the opposition whip will bear witness with me, and those who watched the circumcision inauguration program that took place a few weeks ago. They were interviewing some young boys and cultural leaders on what happens after the healing process. These young boys are supposed to have sex, and it is a process of washing away the bad omen that they may have. This was clearly, Right Honorable Speaker, this is an area that I want us to focus so much.
Colleagues, let's listen.
It's important. So these young boys, one of the young boys was interviewed, and he said, I am not going to use a condom to sleep with this girl because then it will not help me, or it will not save me from cleansing myself. And the elder was also interviewed, and he said, yes, after circumcision and after healing, this is another culture that you're supposed to perform. And if we are doing it without protecting ourselves, we are in the circumcision period. It's an area that we feel these young boys are endangering themselves, and therefore, as a committee, that's why we are recommending that we encourage into the medical one while sensitizing our communities to stop doing this. I don't know, my brother is here. He will help me and guide me if it's a lie or not, but that's what we witnessed. And Right Honorable Speaker, in the area of treatment and care, Right Honorable Speaker, so many of our clients fell off treatment and care during COVID-19 lockdown. And this caused a lot of issues to do with Right Honorable Speaker, when they fell off, we had issues to do with the drug resistance, and it has been observed that 120,000 persons living positively in Uganda are on line 2, and 160,000 Ugandans are on line 3. And to treat one patient on line 2, you need 350,000 per month. And for you to treat a client on line 3, you need 700,000 per month. And with this resistance, Right Honorable Speaker, drug resistance, we are feeling that it may be a challenge if we have many of our HIV patients run into stage 2 or stage 3 of care and treatment. And therefore, as a committee, Right Honorable Speaker, we are recommending that continuous promotion of counseling and guidance and psychosocial support should fall out from line 1 and go to 2 and 3 are mainly children and young adults. And so the adherence levels are very poor. We are also recommending that line listing of lost clients for follow-up up to community level should be promoted. We are recommending that we use of LACTA forms filled by health workers to ease tracking and follow-up of these clients. Right Honorable Speaker. And then we have also the impact of on the related deaths. It has also been observed, Right Honorable Speaker, that we had many related deaths that came in during the COVID-19, and some of them came because people do not take drugs because they had nothing to eat. And when they fell off their treatment, most of them succumbed to death during this period. We had socioeconomic effects that came in, Right Honorable Speaker, and these ones we can relate them to so many of our young girls who got pregnant during this COVID-19 season. and meaning that most of these ones had live sex. They had no antenatal care, and therefore they were not able to be tested to find out whether they were positive. It gives a lot for us to do as a country to ensure that these young girls and boys are identified, and those who are positive, they are enrolled in care, and make sure that their children are also enrolled in care. Right, Honorable Speaker, area of key populations, the committee found out that during COVID-19 lockdown, commercial sex work went high. We also noticed that lesbians, gays, and bisexual and transsexual gender were also in an increase. And this was more seen in Kalangala, Bukedea, in Jinja. Right, Honorable Speaker, the commercial sex workers came out very clearly, and they spoke to the committee, and they told us that for them, they know their status, but unfortunately, the people they go with do not know their status, even when they are told. We visited Kalangala, Right, Honorable Speaker, and in Kalangala, these are water surrounded areas where we have the Kaji. One woman is inside and 10 men are queuing outside. Yes, so Right, Honorable Speaker, and so as a country, we need to up our game. Right, Honorable Speaker, we also recognized the increase in gender-based violence, and this was mainly with the discordant couples, and also because many men stayed at home, and there were so many demands that came from wives managing the home, and the men were unable to work. But also, Right, Honorable Speaker, with the discordant couples, you find a man is HIV positive and the woman is negative. And during lockdown, they were all free and at home, and therefore they wanted to engage in sexual activities. And the women, for fear of their lives, most of them ran away. Right, Honorable Speaker, they were battered and they were high. Speaker, we are recommending that government should develop a comprehensive response strategy to ensure adequate attention, care, and protection to all persons. Right, Honorable Speaker, we also visited some refugees, and we also realized that our country is a hosting country to so many refugees, and this disrupts the services that are provided, as many people who come from other countries come and partake on these services that are provided.
Thank
And
you,
yet,
Chair.
no.
I hope you're concluding.
Yes, I am, Right, Honorable Speaker. And Right, Honorable Speaker, we are recommending that government should develop a comprehensive response strategy to ensure that adequate attention, care, and protection of all the refugee population, as well as taking into consideration the peaceful coexistence between the refugees and the hosting community. Right, Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the national multi-sectoral HIV response has made tremendous achievements in terms of reducing new HIV infections and AIDS-related deaths. And as a country is aiming towards ending AIDS by 2030. However, Right, Honorable Speaker, these new infections that occur, the 700 new infections that occur weekly, mostly among the adolescent girls and young women, is still unacceptable. 100 babies that are also born with HIV and AIDS due to their mothers being started on at, and some of late, and some of them fall out. And therefore, Right, Honorable Speaker, we are appealing to members of Parliament and everyone out there to use every opportunity when they address their constituents and sensitize the public and give them information on how HIV is transmitted and how to protect themselves from getting it. We are also requesting honorable members to assist in dispelling myths and misconceptions about the cause of HIV, how it is transmitted, and the lack of cure. We are encouraging government to design a campaign strategy for the education sector, especially in schools. Speaker and honorable colleagues, with the impact of COVID-19, the country had witnessed the surge of HIV infections from 38 to 54 in 2022. There is need for government to urgently increase funding to the Uganda and treatment campaign if the gains we had registered over decades are to be consolidated. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, Uganda AIDS Commission as the coordinating entity, as we speak in the last release, they only received wages, money for wages. There is no money that was allocated to them in moving out there to ensure that this setback caused by COVID-19 has been addressed. And right, Honorable Speaker, the technology is in place. No baby is supposed to be born HIV positive. Because once a mother is enrolled on treatment on time, they will suppress their viral load. It will be non-detectable. And once it's non-detectable, you have 90% chances of not infecting another person. Having 6,000 babies deprived of health because of HIV and AIDS is not right. And as a country, we must take the bull by its horn once again and make sure that we end AIDS by 2030. We want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues.
Thank you, Chair. Well done, Chair, and your team. This is the thorough report that has been done. Now, you see, I don't want to use these issues of circumcision because Honorable Ambassador is trying to make corrections. Yeah, but colleagues, it's very, very important. And I've noticed whenever we have colleagues from Bugisu having functions, very few of the males attend. You fear you will be grabbed and circumcised. I was in, I went to climb Mount Wanare with some colleagues when I had visited Wungoko there after we had buried the mother of our honorable colleague, Honorable Andwasi. Yes, and trying to see properly. Is he circumcised? So they wanted to grab me, so my security had to be alert. So, colleagues, if you're ready to visit Bugisu, please, Gilbert Oranya, ensure you have sorted out issues of housing by removing housing and, you know, and it's for your own safety. So, debate on this for 20 minutes. It's a clear report. But if you're a member of the committee, don't stand up. If you've already spoken, don't stand. So that I first speak colleagues who have not yet spoken. Okay? Yes, and I will start with Noah Mtevi, then Honorable, you're next. Okay? No, Big and Adrico have spoken. And if you're not circumcised, don't stand also.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank—
That's for the men. That's for the men, please.
I want to thank the committee for the submission. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to begin with the non-funding of the committee, or the non-funding of the AIDS Commission. If you give only wages to AIDS Commission to perform its functions, that means you've given them money to sit in offices and witness from there. I want to appeal to government to fund Uganda AIDS Commission so that they can perform their duties. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it is about the increase of AIDS from 33,000 to 54,000. Mr. Speaker, this was about the prolonged stay of adolescents at home. Mr. Speaker, we can't rule out the poor parenting.
Honorable. And Honorable Mr. will answer issues of financing.
Thank you,
Prime
Mr.
Minister.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my name is Sechas Bernard Chiria. I represent people of Diego County, Nakasongola District. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about circumcision. This act should be done medically.
Honorable, are you circumcised?
Yes.
Okay.
Andy, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to implore this House that we should be, the public know that if you are circumcised, you are free and you cannot acquire AIDS. So we need to educate our people that circumcision just reduce, but there is also a percentage of acquiring. So we need to educate our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colleagues, some of you, I will require you to lay on table if you continue. Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, I'm Tialanga Talinga Solomon, Member of Parliament for Tor in Bukwa District, Tabay Sub-Region. I also underwent the same knife. So I talk from experience. So, Right Honorable Speaker, as a country, we have come from far in fighting HIV. And we are known all over the country as Uganda that we've done good work. I would pray, Right Honorable Speaker, that we maintain the same. Because as we see the report, it means government is trying to underfund and pay for the salaries for the work not done. Everybody is paid because of the work that he or she is going to do. But if there is no work to be done,
Yes, Honorable Christine Aporotti, I come here to Mayanja. Doctor, you will give us. No, I'm going to pick all of you colleagues who have not spoken. Those ones who have spoken, we shall see, we shall negotiate. If you're circumcised, then I will consider you. For men.
Thank you. Speaker, first I want to thank the UPDF. Mr. Speaker, last Sunday, they provided a free HIV testing and SMC in a medical camp that was organized by the Namugongo Anglican Church. And now, basing on the percentage that has increased, Mr. Speaker, I want to really plead that we support the DACA committees of the districts, the district AIDS committees. Because to be sincere, Mr. Speaker, there is no more drumming about HIV AIDS. It is little. And that makes our young people to relax. If we did that, it will be possible. Unfortunately, like it has been said, the funding from the private sector is dwindling. I also must recognize the contribution by TASO, Uganda, for Teso sub-region. And then it would be very important that we have an independent.
Yes. I had picked Honorable Aran, then I'll pick Doctor and Doctor.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the government should encourage the participation of cultural organizations like Uganda Kingdom, Usoga, Toll, and others, and should fund them. But Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the Kabaka of Uganda, Ronald Muwenda Mutebi II, who is on the forefront to fight HIV in Uganda and the whole of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. First of all, I want to thank the committee for the report. We know in the country, we have done very good work as far as the fight against HIV is concerned. And for a very long time, HIV has been funded mainly by donors. with the current economic situation globally, we know we are not going to get resources, a lot of resources from the donors. My view is that government really need to consider and fund the commission. 25 billion shillings versus 1.4 million people. I think that is small money. So my recommendation is that government really need to provide the capacity to do the work. Thank you very much.
Agabo. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. First of all, I commend the committee and the chair for the substantive work and the report that has given to us. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me appreciate the effort by the government that has labored to take out the picture of AIDS from their country at large. But on the same note, that much as this has been done, the understaffing in the AIDS Commission and all the heart clinics is making our people to receive poor quality services, as because they are understaffed, they rely on refilling to these people 3 monthly, 6 monthly, which in the end affects them not being supervised because they are supposed to attend. Each time they attend.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee for the good report. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have challenges, for example, with the police and the courts, the lower courts. Like when you go, there are very many, for example, defilement cases, but you don't find these people, the culprits or the suspects. You don't find them at police, neither at prison, where police officers are mediating between the defilers and the parents, and they let these people go scot-free. At the end of the day, our girls are left victims. Secondly, there is a fear, Right Honorable Speaker, and the men here. Like when it comes to testing, men use women as their mirrors. Okay? Yes, they use them as their mirrors. When you tell them to test, they say, you test, then I will know whether I'm fine. At the end of the day, obviously, we normally have such cases. So, Right Honorable Speaker, there's a serious concern to encourage men to go and test.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the report. But I'll give an account of the constituency that I represent, and specifically the island of Busi, where I have over 3,000 people who are HIV victims. And perhaps you have noted during COVID, the surges went up and the lockdown, but there were no interventions at the local councils. So we suggest in one of the recommendations that we put centers that can provide such services in such times. And then it is very unlogical, Right Honorable Speaker, in this era to talk of the posterity that is going to waste because of the infection. Yet we have all the
Dr. Bokadi George is my name. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. One, purchase us, and these are mainly from teenage pregnancies. How sure are we that young girls, some of whom are in school, are receiving services for prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV? Two, the lockdown locked many people on antiretroviral medicines out of their clinics. Did the report delve a little bit on the possibility of multi-drug resistance? HIV are twins. Did this report shed some light a little bit into TB and HIV collaboration and co-infection? And finally, given the financing constraints.
No better.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to appreciate the chair and the committee, but really to say, I found that there was gap in the care. While you mentioned about care, then you needed other sectors like Ministry of Disaster Preparedness to help, especially after COVID-19 and also the drought. You remember that almost the whole country was affected by drought. A lot of our people who were HIV positive refused to take medicine. Some of our homes were actually crowded. And the Prime Minister will testify that I wrote to her. I also wrote to the Minister of Disaster Preparedness. And you see your people dying.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, Stella Isodo, MP Ngora District. According to the report, the prevalence of HIV/AIDS increased during COVID-19 pandemic. At the same time, there is a lot of drug stock out at the health centers, particularly health center 3. So there is need for the Minister of Health to look at the supplies of drugs at the health units. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to add my voice thanking the committee for the good report that they have presented to us. Right Honorable Speaker, these days, you find that there are lots of adverts, useless adverts going on TVs, radios, and adverts of HIV have really been wiped out completely. I want to encourage that let organizations like TASO be empowered so that they schools, secondary schools, and run adverts on radios and TVs about HIV/AIDS, because people are nowadays taking HIV as any other disease. They're not thinking that.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the report, because it is rare to see the effect of a disease on a disease. But Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of cultural setback still stands, especially on the discordant couples. When a woman is negative and the husband is positive, it is shaming for the woman to come out and say, "I'll not give birth," but decides to remain in the marriage. So sometimes the cultural leaders and the husband's family mistreats this woman without knowing. And then we have provided for money for mindset change. I would request that some of this money is used to sensitize our people, because when you look at how people fear still to show off, how people fear to pick drugs. In COVID, people didn't have transport.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. How is HIV and AIDS spread? Spread to the points. The influence of social media in immoral pornographic materials among the youth and peer members. The use of drugs like marijuana, marungi, chewing, and so on, all help in spreading HIV and AIDS. Now, the role of parents, the role of school head teachers, and especially the senior women teachers, the senior male teachers who are supposed to talk to the youths. Then lastly, Mr. Speaker, most of us hire Bora men to escort our wives to the hospitals for antenatal clinic. Instead of us going with our wives and we are tested, we hire Bora men to go and escort our wives.
Honorable Ngora.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Betty Engola, Woman Member of Parliament, Apache District. I wish to what has happened has happened. I want to make a comment on the committee's recommendation. I think the recommendations are very good, and I urge government to take those recommendations up, because that will lead us to a solution to handle the AIDS scourge. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Donor. Then Chematai.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the current celebration that we have of the reduction in the prevalence of HIV is the result of the efforts that were done by different stakeholders around between 6 to 10 years ago, where you'd see civil society, government, and other government partners working together to fight the scourge. But Right Honorable Speaker, I'm asking myself now, where are we going wrong as a country? We have this whole agency which is in charge of controlling HIV/AIDS, but we don't have money as a country to fund the thing on a table bomb. When we say we have no money as a country for the drugs, yet we know there are very many Ugandans who are supposed to be getting the drugs. Right Honorable Speaker, it is really a very big embarrassment when you look through our budget and you find the country not having enough money for Uganda.
Thank you. Honorable Chematai.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for the good report and thank the government for the efforts that it has put in to ensure that HIV. I want to make a comment on some what the chairperson said about circumcision in Bugisu. We also circumcise the males in Kapchorwa, and they also believe in the same. The circumcised boys believe that when you sleep with a girl, you heal faster. So what we have done of late to stop them from infections of HIV, immediately after circumcision, we call a doctor to come around to inject them. All of them are
I just conclude on that point. That's important yes. Information. Yeah.
Thank you. So after circumcision, this is what we do. The boys are injected. A doctor comes around to inject all the boys who have undergone PPF. Yes, PPF. Yes. So when they inject them, the wound heals. They are healed. But those days, it used to take like more than 1 month. 1 month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the information. Now, Sejoba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Isaac Sejoba, Bukoto Midwest Constituency, Rango District. Mr. Speaker, I thank the committee for the work well done for presenting to us a very, very good report. However, I would like to request the government to leave this business of saying we have no money. When it comes to health of Ugandans, we must prioritize. It's good the Minister of Health, Finance is here. They should come out and provide money for catering for the health service, particularly AIDS, HIV/AIDS. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I would like to call upon my brothers and sisters who are they're doing a very good job of circumcision. But we should go ahead to sensitize our young people to avoid that business of
Barara City.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I do thank the chairperson and the committee members for the report that has highlighted this silent but rather prevalent issue. Barara City posts very high. actually indicated above the national prevalence levels. And being the good advocate of and HIV I have always taken responsibility. But Right Honorable Speaker, pertinent to say is the issue of funding. For all the campaigns that I have endeavored to do with Mbarara Hospital, they do not have kits. I'm actually helped by private practitioners, Reproductive Health Uganda, City Medicals, and others. So it is very pertinent. And looking at the young girls that became pregnant, most young girls, they fear actually to be pregnant than fearing to contract HIV. So that means that even the numbers that have been captured, those who
colleagues. Oh, Shema.
Speaker, Shema, North County. Thank you, presenter, for a good report. I just wanted to think out loudly whether it is not possible for us to target schools since the medical camps have come back, so that our young boys can be circumcised. I think in a school environment, the children can come together and encourage each other and be circumcised. I want to thank you very much for this interaction, and I am very glad to speak.
Thank
because
you.
I don't usually make noise here in Parliament.
Thank you. Colleagues, before I call up, is there any colleague who has not spoken today and would want to speak?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I was raising a very important issue. Why should you go to happen, like how it happened for COVID, to plan for this country? When COVID came, we got billions and billions and billions of money to fight it, but we have failed to have billions of money to fight the pandemic that we have been with for the last. I want us to agree as a country, as this legislative assembly of this country, we should have money, whether by on supplemental or on what, for Uganda AIDS Commission, so that we fight this scourge and we fight this problem of sitting on a table bomb. Right Honorable Speaker, for example, we are talking about drugs, but we are relying entirely on donors for all the drugs for our people. The following day, USAID pulls out, all our people will die, all the children will get HIV/AIDS. Right Honorable Speaker, as a country, I really need to submit that we should.
Jeffrey.
Thanks very much, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record purposes, I'm Chiwa Geoffrey Eric, Member of Parliament for Bunyole West Constituency in Butaleja. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about two issues. One is the issue of sensitization. Right Honorable Speaker, you may realize that there is no visibility when it comes to issues of HIV on the social media and also on radio stations across the country. So I want to encourage government to design adverts that can encourage our people, educate them about the dangers of HIV/AIDS. And I believe by so doing, many of our young people will get the information and they will be able to avoid contracting and also engaging in issues that can make them contract the HIV/AIDS. Right Honorable Speaker, the other thing is about drugs.
Hello.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to salute my sister Netalisile.
Oh,
Netalisile.
please, Chair, please.
Let me repeat my salutation is to the chair of the HIV/AIDS and related diseases committee. For this is a good report, But Mr. Speaker, allow me go at odds with the mythology she tried to bring about the Imbaru cultural celebrations we have in Ugisu. The truth of the matter is that we have those myths, those traditional stories, but culture has been very dynamic. It has undergone lots of changes.
because of even our cultural institution, the Inzuya Masava. By the way, the late Umukuka championed, he launched an aggressive behavioral change campaign. And a number of experts, including one you mentioned, our own, Dr. Watiti. These ones have actually organized, mobilized, and identified all the surgeons. And they have taken them through a series. One knife per candidate. And two, the truth is that there are some very stubborn, reckless young men after circumcision who still go back to the myth. They think that after circumcision, the organ has become a kind of metal which cannot contract HIV/AIDS. But so far, so good, the campaign that has been launched is paying off. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have an HIV and AIDS Prevention and Control Act. And in this act, there is, what is enshrined in it is a fund called AIDS Trust Fund. This government we are in, Mr. Speaker, sir, has deliberately failed. It could be actually helping on the budgetary allocation, the parliamentary 15 million, which is allocated to AIDS Information Commission. Annually, but they are getting 15 and 15 consecutively for the 3 years. And therefore they cannot discharge their coordination and oversight role that they are supposed to do. Mr. Speaker, sir, the donor support or funding could be dwindling, could be reducing because of our claims here that we have reached middle income status. And whenever a country attains such a status, you are assumed to have what it takes to generate enough funds to even support these organs like the AIDS Information Commission and even the AIDS services that are supposed to be rendered. But Mr. Speaker, sir, what could be done now is to identify, to test, because during that lockdown, those lockdown measures, there were a number of children that were born and born positive with the HIV/AIDS. It should be a deliberate move by government or the line ministry to identify, test, and enroll those children and have them helped, because at that time they are quite a number that were victims of HIV/AIDS.
Rob, conclude.
As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I call upon government to become serious on operations of Uganda AIDS Commission, because they have been paralyzed and because of inadequate funding. So something must be done and drastic steps must be taken. And now that the Right Honorable Prime Minister is here, Majagere, should you move at breakneck speed and address this challenge of inadequate funding to this very important commission. HIV is a very important commission, by the way, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rope, I want to give guidance that, you see, we have different types of reports and statements. These are reports of the House. The committee is composed of both sides. So when, as Rope, you're bringing in new issues, these are issues you should pass on to your members who are on the committee, and you guide them. When you reach in the committee, you should raise A, B, C, D, so that they are captured. Then on statements from ministers is where I'll be giving you more time, because now it's one side bringing, and I expect the other side to also respond. But on reports of committees, I don't want to make it a culture of saying, as a master, I must speak the rope, I must speak who. No, because you have your shadow minister, you have your members on the committee who should be representing your views. I just want to make that take much time on such issues. On issues of financing, Honorable Minister of Finance, because I know the donors have even warned, have given timelines that they are about to pour out. You might find one of the encouraging factors is because they are seeing we took a step back. After knowing that we have a funder, we went and we left. So we left it to the donors, and the donor fatigue is very crucial in such a decision. Donor Minister on Financing. Now, if we give only salaries, then we are cheating government. They can as well close offices, remain at home, their salaries are short because they don't have what to do even when they come to office. Honorable Minister, can you intervene, sir?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me first also join our colleagues to thank Honorable Sarah Neteyisire for the good report. We are operating under difficult times. The key economic indicators keep running away from us. But in exceptional circumstances, like the HIV report presents, we give consideration. And I want to undertake that I'm going to pick it up, see the areas which cannot wait for next quarter, and we find a solution.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. That's encouraging. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, do you want to say anything on this? If not, I shouldn't disturb you. We go then. I call chair, then we go.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I want to thank the committee, the chairperson and members for the good report and good recommendations. Unfortunately, the Minister for Health is not here. So as my work to make sure that the committee recommendations are really recommendations that the government must take on and see that our people benefit. And therefore, since the Minister has undertaken to see that those areas where we can look for funding are funded, that will be my commitment to the House. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right Honorable, in reference to Rule 220 of our Rules of Procedure, we shall be looking at indeed the action we've taken. But let me first put a question. Chair, but Chair, you don't need to respond to each and
Yes.
your issues are very clear. Use 1 minute.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to take this opportunity to thank you for according us space on the order paper, but also thank my committee members for the good work done and the House at large for being here up to this late to support the committee through this. Members, if you go through the whole report, I was summarizing because of time. The issues of TB have been highlighted on page 18. So if you go through the report, you'll find that all the issues you raised have been captured in the report. Honorable Minister, as you have indicated, we'll get back so that we can move together to ensure that to HIV and AIDS by 2030.
Please, no.
I've been given one.
Mr. Poheris, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, House.
Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on HIV, AIDS, and related matters on the assessment of the impact of COVID-19 on HIV AIDS services delivered in the country be adopted by this House. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. The ayes have it. Congratulations, Chair, for this maiden report. Chair, please. Right Honorable Prime Minister, as we committed, Rule 220, in 3 months' time, this House will expect an action taken report. And thank you for the commitment. Now, colleagues, yesterday, the Prime Minister committed to bring a statement on the alleged torture, beating and killing of fishermen by UPDF fisheries unit on Ugandan water bodies. And so I want to amend the order paper, allow her make that statement as she promised. Oh, and the one for water ambulances. Okay, please. But we will start with the one of alleged torture. Right, Honorable Prime Minister. Oh, Crack, I needed to call the statement.
Statement by the Right Honorable Prime Minister on alleged beating, torture, and killing of fishermen by UPDF Fisheries Protection Unit on Uganda water bodies.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister. The statement correct is approved.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, allow me to present a statement emanating from a question that was raised by a colleague as a matter of national importance, the Honorable Etuka Isaac. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as guided by this House yesterday, I coordinated a meeting today, on 24th today, between the Ministries of Defense and Veteran Affairs, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. And I want to state as follows: that the alleged misconduct of UPDF personnel in enforcing legal fishing practices on Ugandan water bodies are isolated cases. They are isolated cases of indiscipline, that is true, which have been investigated. And those found culpable have been charged in the military courts. And B, Honorable Speaker, on alleged beatings, torture, and killings, to me and to the committee that we had in the morning, this is blackmail by cartels of illegal fishermen who are using the media and some politicians to hide the truth. The fact is, government is trying to restore the fish population in our water bodies for the good of all Ugandans. UPDF Code of Conduct, enhanced by standard operating procedures for the Fisheries Protection Unit, prohibit torture, killings, and mishandling of suspects. Honorable Speaker, the deaths that have been reported are as a result of: one, self-drowning of illegal fishermen due to phobia of being arrested. Two, the use of undersized illegal boats that are unstable on water and vulnerable to Fisheries Protection Unit will continue to carry out compliance enforcement to remove all those bad fishing practices. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, government through the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries will continue to sensitize our masses. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to state.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Can I also, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence to present the marine ambulances once so that we can.
No, the one of marine ambulances is for information.
Yes.
But this one,
okay.
I have MPs, especially from fishing areas. So I will need a few, just a few comments of MPs from such an area. So, for example, I know we have Nakasongora, Rose, do you have? Ah. Alarao Honorable Noah, Alarao Dr. Batua. Yes. Please, let's do quickly. I will allow you colleagues. Quickly, 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And our lawyer.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Right Honorable Prime Minister for the report. I want to disagree with my own Right Honorable Prime Minister that beating of our people at the lake is blackmail. It's not true that it's blackmail. These people are being beaten by our army because I'm NRM, I'm in the government, but they are beating. At the same time, these people are also engaged in fishing. UPDF is engaged in fishing. Go to Lake Choga, you'll find it. Go to other lakes, you also find it. I wanted to disagree with her, but I support government. But I want the truth to remain. I want to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my beloved Right Honorable Prime Minister for the statement, but it remains the truth. The fact is, our people, sometimes they misbehave on our fishermen. Indeed, I took an initiative to go and meet these protection units around my constituency. And we agreed that if you are entering the lake, you go with cameras. And if there is any alleged information that you are beating these people, we shall go to cameras and check. These people totally reject, and on 7th of July 2020, this year, we lost one in the name of Kiza Saulo from Irimba. And I went myself, I said, let's check, because they are saying you are the one who made this and you are the one who dropped this person into the lake. Indeed, there was no any information from the chief guard of these people. So somewhere, really, Right Honorable Speaker, these people are misbehaving on our people. They are corrupt.
Honorable, I've heard you. Please, I've heard you. Thank you. Please crack 2 minutes strictly. 2 minutes. Honorable Bigaro.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I know our Prime Minister does thorough work, but here, allow us to kindly correct the data you have. It's unfortunate. It's not that these people who get drawn have phobia. They are beaten, their heads are hit hard until they succumb to droning. It's good to accept what is bad and we correct it. I live in Kauku and I meet fishermen every other time. Before coming here, I was working for UJCC. I used to visit Chikube. I still get calls from these fishermen. I kindly request, let's restrain the UPDF from beating. Yes, we can stop illegal fishing, but it's to kill somebody for the fish, honestly, is not worth it. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Speaker, Dr. Samat Abraham is my name, MP Kapiri in Ngora District. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a serious problem in a place called Kakor, near Lake Bisina in Kapiri County. Just recently, people were ordered not to go to fish. Unfortunately, that particular area is very prone to drought. As we speak, the community in that place is starving. There have been efforts by the office of the Prime Minister. The situation is worrying. So they have told people that just in case someone is got in the lake, that person will be killed. So it's my humble request to the office of the Prime Minister that as they implement the orders or the directives, let there be an alternative for those people, because the situation is really very bad.
Thank
I
you.
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. I'm commenting on the side of our communities. Sometimes they are taking the law in their hands. In my district, there is a roadblock as you enter Bundibujo. Because we have Lake Albert, we have so many business people who trade in fish. We know that they stopped the fishing of the small type of fish. But these are the very people who continue bringing in the fish. And then the officers also at these roadblocks are corrupt. So they continue making sure that these people pass with the fish. But again, I think it's a two-way. How are we going to handle these officers who allow such practices to continue? And yet they know it's illegal. Then how are we going to continue sensitizing our communities to stop so that they shouldn't go in the markets and buy and bring the illegal fish which they are stopped to bring? I think the Ministry of Agriculture should take interest to go and visit all these places where these markets are, where these lakes are, so that they continue monitoring how this illegal fishing is being practiced. Thank you,
Honorable Gilbert Oranya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, to me, Honorable Minister, Honorable Prime Minister did not get the right information, since she only heard from the ministries, people, but she did not involve the representatives of the community. If she was in that particular meeting, I am very sure the story would have got differently. Right, Honorable Speaker, the truth is that our UPDF are very rough on the lake sides. To me, I would like to move a motion, Madam Speaker, that this report of the Right Honorable Prime Minister does not depict exactly what is on the ground. If she could go back and involve the representatives of the community down there, together with the ministries, so that she gets the rightful information about what is happening on the lake. I move that the Right Honorable Prime Minister
Please.
withdraw this report. Thank you.
On Dr. Batua.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've interacted with a number of common Ugandans, and I know of the common Ugandans. And I wish to confess that for most of those, they have a lot of confidence and faith in our Right Honorable Prime Minister. And the moment she declines to help, they will really run out of options. The other day we were here debating about the fisheries bill. The position of the minister was that we should keep UPDF there. The entire house, I was against that, and the minister considered that we should have professionals managing, and those professionals should be trained by the police, not UPDF. Right Honorable Speaker, with all humbleness, interact with this community. In Jinja, in Masese, where I come from, they will give you the true impression. Whoever informed you on the issues in the statement really misrepresented the common man in the fishing community. Almost all homes that are along the lake in my constituency, they have struggled and they have been highly, victimized and beaten. They've lost beloved ones in the hands of UPDF. So this is a very big issue. And if they are watching over news, they will have confidence in you. I also urge, where possible, maybe you retract the statement, you come back with a good one, such that you instill hope, your hope to many families. So many people want you, so many people believe in you. So the moment they see you misrepresenting their position, they will lose even the little faith that they will be, redeemed from what they're undergoing. Thank you.
Honorable. Yes, move.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Perhaps I'm feeling sick of the statement, because I'm sorry to say.
But again, you are not sure, because you're just saying perhaps How are you feeling?
I feel terribly bad, Mr.
Because
Speaker.
you're not sure
I
what
feel
about-
terribly bad, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
The constituency I represent has several landing sites across, including the island of Bosse. And on a daily basis, I get calls of torture by UPDF. Some of them come dressed in paraphernalia that does not include even their names, and they confiscate their fish, their nets, and including beating them to near death. Some of them even hide their identities. They text me, they tell me, we have to see you in secrecy. We cannot divulge this information. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I beseech you, wherever you want to go and visit any of these island places, go with us. Let us engage with the people that deal directly in these businesses. You find how much they have suffered.
Thank you.
Until now, most of their parents are still incarcerated. I thank you. Right
Honorable
Honorable.
Kro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You know, Uganda is a country that has embraced the rule of law. And it's such very disheartening that you have these fragments of torture meted by some of our uniformed officers. Really, in such a scenario, I want to appreciate the statement that has been given by the Right Honorable Prime Minister. But in this House, Right Honorable, sits the representatives of the UPDF. The Right Honorable Prime Minister has put it to us that those who have committed some of these heinous acts have been brought to book. The law on sub judice does not bar us from naming such persons. This House, to the best of my knowledge, is only left to know that they have been brought to book. But the naming of such characters who have been able to dent the image of UPDF and this country should also be brought forward. It's very important, such that they are perhaps dissuaded from performing some of these acts, because being brought to book is a blanket statement. And I really feel for the Right Honorable, because if UPDF can be tasked, matters in court martial, we do not discuss the merits, yes, but the persons who have committed these acts, the Ugandans should be able to know that these are the errant officers who are denting the image of our country.
You, Honorable.
I appeal to you, Right Honorable. Thank you.
Karangara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would also want to thank the Right Honorable Minister for that report.
Prime Minister.
Sorry, Prime Minister, my bad. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, the report you gave us is really lacking. Why? This very morning, I received information somebody was shot by a UPDF, somebody wearing uniform, FPU or Marine Police. These two men were in between Chimi landing site and Kome landing site, trying to get their nets out of the water. And these men in uniform interfaced. Sorry, they came to them, asked them, where is your license? Then this other one said, no, our license is at the landing site with our boss. He said, I want the license now. These two gentlemen pleaded and said, let's go back to the landing site and get the license. As they were going back, one was shot. He was rushed to hospital, to Chisubi Hospital, then to Mulago, and I've just received news he is dead. What report is that now? What are you telling the country? Are we really, what is happening? A lot is happening on the lake, and these people are giving you lies. Last time we were asking them, they said, we want evidence, but when they get to these people, they take away their phones. They cannot take pictures, they cannot record videos, they cannot record audios because their phones are even thrown in the water. A lot, we have to do something. Let us not lie to this country and the people we represent.
Thank you. Honorable Noor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Nuru Vyamukama Joseph. The lake, our lake is Lake George.
You have a wreck. You're the people who have run titles of wrecks.
Our lake, as a country, is Lake George. And I want to speak out of experience. Initially, I did a good job. And I have come to believe that these days they are doing all sorts of things because of corruption. They are doing business, and I came to know about it. Initially, I was buying fish from the lake, and we had good fish. But now what we get from the lake is really small fish, which really tells you that the managers on the lake are really doing business. So I would request our Honorable Prime Minister, go back and do counterintelligence. This is what UPDF used to do. Do counterintelligence, see what UPDF is doing. This is the force that we trust. Now, you had to take UPDF to the people to do activities of the government, and indeed, they are showing a very different picture. So I would request Honorable Prime Minister, go back and redesign. See how our people can be saved and the entire country.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Honorable Nzima, you're the last one, then Prime Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I didn't know that many of my constituent members are fishing around Lake Victoria until one of them called me that they had a problem around Garuga, who was caught fishing. He was tortured and towed with his boat. So they told me they had waited like 2 weeks. The guy had never appeared. That's when I drove and met them, and there were very many. So when I tried to follow the issue, what I was told was that he was using a net that was not supposed to be used. That's one. Two.
Underside.
Yeah, and then two, that he was fishing in an area where he was not supposed to fish. I agree to the fact that fishing is the fishing sector is a very big sector that gives us money that must be managed and controlled by government. But also on the other side, fishing is also a livelihood for very many Ugandans. If there are some groups of people who are fishing in a particular area that government does not allow fishing to take place in, I believe that those kind of people, governments will come up with an alternative to see how these people can survive. But to say don't enter and they torture them, I think that will not be a good thing. These are Ugandans who need to survive. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, mine is a suggestion. Statistics could be taken on particular group of fishermen who fish in a particular area where fishing is not be allowed. These people should be given what? An alternative way of livelihood. That's my submission. Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. Oh, okay. Right Honorable Prime Minister, the leader of opposition.
No, I'm going to be very brief. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I know I cannot blame you for the whole statement because you are a very busy person. And definitely you have technocrats. But the truth of the matter is that if you internalize the statement, it exudes lots of arrogance. Mr. Speaker, you recall those of us that have been around and were in the 10th Parliament, that this House has received incessant concerns, grave concerns about the brutality that is occasioned on fishermen, to the extent that this House, the presiding officer, directed that the Fisheries Protection Unit should withdraw from the water bodies. It even culminated into a subcommittee of cabinet being constituted to investigate the alleged brutality and harassment on the water bodies. Mr. Speaker, where it ended is that there was, we saw it in print and electronic media, UPDF through their leadership on the lake, on the water bodies, arrogantly replying that we cannot withdraw from the, it was in 2020. Mr. Speaker said it was in 2020. awash in all print media, arrogantly saying they can never withdraw unless the directive has come from Mr. Above, His Excellency President Museveni. So, Madam Prime Minister, you are a very compassionate person. You, I know. I've been around with you for some time. Take your time, like members have actually requested. Go and constituencies and establish Ginger, for instance. By the way, I'm a resident of Ginger. I know these things, they happen. These UPDF officers have lost the human face they had in the late 80s. It is no more.
Thank
They
you,
are
Rob.
so brutal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to allay the fears of our colleagues. Because during the meeting we had, we were informed that these cameras on the lakes, for example, Lake Albert, we shall have the cameras fully installed and operational in December this year. Lake Edward in Feb next year. Lake Victoria, the procurement process is ongoing. And therefore, these cameras will help us to get the culprits, both those that are using illegal fishing gears and those are errant soldiers of ours who will be doing the acts of torture. Colleagues, I have hope that once these cameras, because it was a directive and also by this parliament and by the president, that let us stop this once and for all. So, colleagues, I want to assure you that we shall continue to move together with you. We shall go and, do counterintelligence and see whether what the reports these people gave me is right or not. The shallow waters, I was told, is a no-go zone for fishermen because that's where our fish breed. So when you say there are some areas where fishermen are not allowed to go, those are the shallow waters because that's where our fish breed from. So I will interact with you more, and we shall go on ground to help our people. And we shall not leave any stone unturned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Clerk, call the item on marine, on the ambulances. Let the clerk call the item because we need it captured, Right Honorable Prime Minister. As a clear
Statement on marine insurances.
on ambulances, not
Ambulances, sorry.
yes. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday I committed to come back here and give you a report on ambulances. You will recall that I was a Minister of Health when this decision was taken by this House. The issue was brought by Hadi Idris Savilier, the Member of Parliament from Bunya. Honorable Speaker and members, Government of Uganda together with development partners procured 14 marine ambulances. The marine ambulances will be distributed to 13 districts where the Ministry of Health has already identified docking sites. Is as follows. Obongi district, that is the water body is River Nile. Serere district, Lake Choga. Kumi, Lake Bisinia. Amurata, Akwania, Karangara, Lake Victoria. Buvuma, Lake Victoria, Jinja, Lake Victoria and River Nile. Mukono, that is Lake Victoria. Namayingo, Lake Victoria. Busia, Bulisa, Lake Albert. Mayuge, Lake Victoria. Kabale, Lake Bunyonyi, and in Toroko, Lake Albert. and one will be used by the National Medical Stores. The marine ambulances for Ntoroko and National Medical Stores will be delivered in the first week of October 2022. The Ministry of Health has a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs to cock swine. That is to cock swine. Yes, the marine ambulances. Those are pilots. Honorable Speaker, we had a meeting today with the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Defense, and Veteran Affairs, and agreed that the Ministry of Defense would provide carrier trucks with hooks to transport these marine ambulances to different districts. The launching of these marine ambulances will commence next week, that is 31st August 2022, starting with Jinja and Mayuge. And all other districts will have received the marine ambulances by 13th of September 2022. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this Parliament appropriated 4 billion for emergency services for the Ministry of Health in this country. Part of this money we have agreed will be used to facilitate the operations of marine ambulances. Government is committed, Honorable Speaker, provide emergency medical care to the people living in the islands. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. This is what we need as a house to deliver on what you promised. I'm glad you have done it. On 15th of September, during Prime Minister's time, the first issue should update the House. The first question has come from me on how far you've reached in delivering these ambulances. Because you have said 13th of September. No, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Yes, but you have said they would have received by 13th of September, all of them. So in Prime Minister's time, or 15th of September, the first issue that you should start with is giving us an update on delivery of these ambulances. And honorable colleagues, you should have cross-checked with your constituents. Colleagues, with all this, House adjourned to tomorrow at 2 p.m. And the committees I told about the meeting, please ensure we have the meeting. I want to thank you for sitting in for long because we had a long business. Thank you. There are 2 things.